Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent of being here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for Adatis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, yes, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Excellent!
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ethics Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Can you hear us correctly? So stuff here is normally all okay? All okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So the camera. Hi, dude. Have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat. Join the session. Just use that one. Trust me on this. This has saved me a lot. Don't worry.
Okay, let's try with
Just
this.
starts. No worries. Join. We need more people for moral support.
Yeah.
The machines don't like the human.
Come on.
Let's
No
start.
problem. That's good. That's good.
Actually, track number 4 is not streaming yet. Track number 4, it's not streaming yet.
Makes sense.
Yeah, when you're hearing wants to watch the things which you're not able to watch afterwards. So that's why.
Okay. Let's see. I have more or less all the things. Sorry for the delay. You hear me? Perfect. Okay. Sorry for the delay. The session today will try to show you how to manage and build the devices like. Sorry if I don't get it. Probably it is not that efficient. Having the technical difficulties, I missed to get it out. Okay, doing this, I'm also starting to turn it on. To use this kind of devices like this one, very small devices based on MCU, on microcontroller and not CPU. In this case, these devices are the source of a specific service. In this case, I can use it like an assistant, like Alexa, whatever, because on this small developer kit, I also have not only the CPU, but also some nice, I have to say, sensor, but also a microphone, a mic that is wherever is this one, the mic, and also an audio out. In this case, I also have a small display that I will use just to show the output of what I'm doing. Essentially, in this case, what I'm going to do. First of all, let's start. I suppose that I do something wrong on PowerPoint. Let me check, because I see that my voice is translated in a strange language that is not English, because I'm getting English but using the Italian. Yes. It expected that I'm talking in Italian and not in. So it's essentially my fault that I don't check it. Okay, English. Probably from now on, what you'll see in the subtitle will be something more meaningful than before. Well, hopefully now is something that will work better. First of all, I want to thank you all the sponsors that permitted to be here, because obviously having this place available, having the opportunity to offer to something to eat, and also to meet together is something that only with some sponsor is possible to do. Okay, I start very fast because I try to reduce the slide at the very few. What I will show you is exactly this. This is the general architecture of what I'm trying to do. I already put my hands forward, saying that this morning when I tried to deploy the service, the Azure function that I'm using for the service is actually not deploying because I don't understand which kind of problem I have, if it's my or from the data center. But by the way, the point is that I have the device I said, in this case is a developer kit that Microsoft produce with some third-party OEM that permit me to record a short message, for example, hello, how are you? Very short message of audio, not more than 3 or 4 seconds. And I explain why, because on this board, as I said, we have a microcontroller with 16 kilobytes of flash. And the point is that if I'm getting audio, I cannot store more than 3 or 4 seconds of bytes, of streaming of bytes that represented my audio. I get the audio here. I transmit this information to an Azure function. Everyone know what an Azure function is? No. Very quickly, in the Azure cloud, in the Microsoft Azure cloud, we have some platform as a service named Azure function. Azure function is essentially a piece of code that I can run wherever and whenever I want. I don't have to the need to know if it's running on Windows, on Linux. I only have to specify this code, this piece of code is Java, JavaScript, is C# on .NET Core 6, for example, or whatever other kind of languages that are supported. Just a small piece of code also, without any other dependency, if I need, or I can also add some dependency if I need that. I put that inside the Azure function, and Azure guarantee me that when I trigger this operation, he assure me that this code has been running and executing the operation I wanted in my code. The point is that I don't care about the kind of all the kind of things that I need usually when I run code. If I have enough RAM, if the PC is running, whatever, I'm sure that it will run. I have to be sure that my operation will not last for much time that needed, because the Azure function usually have a closed time window of execution, cannot run forever, okay? And my piece of code could be triggered exactly from the arrival of this request. The device could trigger the function and say, wake up, I want to execute your function with this MP3 or audio that I send you. My Azure function, what do? Get the audio and send it to another service that is inside Azure, and I talk about it later. That is named speech. service. Speech service is a huge set of services, and in particular now I'm using the translate. Okay, I use two. One service that transform the speech that is coming with my audio in text, speech to text. And then I will use another service that is the text translation. With that, the approach is, on my device, I want to define a list of different languages, Italian, English, Bulgarian, whatever. I set which kind of language I want to be translated or translate to, it depends. I record my message, send the message, and the response that I get via this service, that is the Azure IoT Hub, a bit more on that later, respond and send me back a message with the translation of my message. Okay, if I said in Italian, ciao come stai, and I want to translate in English, I will receive the translation in hello, how are you? Okay, that's exactly these kind of things. You say, good, it's something very easy. Yes and no. The point is that I wanted to show this because at the end could be a nice surprise that I will try to show you. Okay, that's the theory of everything. We already talked about the device. The device is this one. The name count not so much. Is the AZ3166. That is, as I said, a developer kit that Microsoft offers just how the name is saying, as a developer kit. So you can get it and use just out of the box because it's ready to be used directly with these tools. Let me now try to show you with let me get these. It hopefully will go. But no, it's not the right one. This one? Yeah, but it's not the right one. The point is that it's not the right one that I want to show. Okay, let me close what is not supposed to be open here. Okay, and this one is not the right one. Okay, let me do it in another way. Unfortunately, today, not everything is working the way I hope.
The machines are intelligent. They want
they completely know how they can ruin my day. But okay, I will try to do my best, even in this way. Okay, just to start, what I want to show you here is. This one is the Azure portal, okay? Portal.azure.com is where I go when I want to create I want to create a service, or I want to create a new things, new application that use a service. In this case, I create a resource group that is more or less, I can see it as a container, as a sort of box, where I put all the pieces needed for my application. In this case, I have defined an IoT devices, this is the name, hub, that is a service of the type IoT Hub. IoT Hub is the point of entering, managing, and essentially the Deus ex machina of every IoT system that you define on Azure. What does it do? What does it permit? IoT Hub permit me just to define all the family of devices that I want to connect. And when I say family, I can define different family of devices that could be of very different kind. MCU, CPU, PC, industrial PC, or virtual device also. I can define this family or these devices, define their characteristics. I can define also which kind of information I could have to transmit or to receive with this device. And I can also define the rules I will use to get them logged to Azure. Because if I want to connect a device from the outside to my cloud platform, I need to guarantee that I respect some security feature, okay? And that could happen in some different way. I cannot stay here today, is not the time to explain all of them, but I can do with simple like username, password, and token association with a SAS token, or with, for example, Azure Active Directory domain inclusion, or even with certificate distribution. IoT Hub permit me to guarantee me that when a new device that has been defined in the right way to be part and accepted to my system, guarantee me that this device will be logged in and could start to transmit wherever, whatever time it will do. For this reason, when I want to define, when I want to build an application that uses IoT, I need an IoT Hub. In my case, I also define this other service I mentioned before, the speech service. Let me try to, I don't know if I have already, yeah. I missed two. Preference. This one. Okay. I missed to search it before. Okay. Speech is one of the cognitive services. Just to be clear, when I talk about cognitive services, is a family of services that you have on Azure that permit you to use different aspects of the cognition, okay, the human cognition, the voice, the face, so image, video, but also the meaning that is coming with video, audio, and image. In this case, with the speech platform, I have several options that I can use that are the usual option that I can expect. For example, change, convert text to speech, speech to text, generate speech from text, and also have the translation in real time. That is something not possible on this kind of device because I cannot do it directly. I need to have an option of a transaction to send, wait there for response, and get the answer in this case. But also other high-level services like recognize the speaker. If you have more than one people that are talking during a call, for example, on Teams, this service is already inside, because if you turn on the transcription inside Teams, you see that the transcription say Marco is saying, and it says exactly what is I'm saying. When Andre is talking, it's also describing Andre and say what is saying Andre. So recognizing who is associated with the speech.
And just a small second. I think your computer stopped streaming the screen. We can still see it with the camera, so it's okay. But
let me check.
I know you're probably going to do the next demo, so we need more resolution coming up.
Yeah, the pages have a problem, says.
So far it's good, no worries.
Yeah, okay, actually probably. Probably now also my audio is coming from.
That's okay, let's continue the way it works.
Yeah, sure. I will not send my audio because otherwise we have this strange effect. Okay, now it's
shows up.
Let me see if you see the screen.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Okay.
Done, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Well, thank you, Andre. What I'm saying, okay. When I say I have defined the speech service, what I have done to define this, it's very simple. I go to the Azure portal. I ask for search here, for example. I can do it passing from the cognitive services or going directly to the service I need, in this case, speech. Okay, and this suggests me what is everything that have some meaning about the speech. In this case, speech services are the first one. And when, yeah, actually it showed me my device, my service that I already defined, but I can define a new one with the plus name, the plus button, create. Just wait a moment. If the Wi-Fi will assist, okay. What you have to select? You have to select a subscription because obviously we're talking of a cloud service, and you need usually a subscription that says that you are using this service, and you, if needed, you can pay for that service. Usually, Azure, as other clouds, offer the possibility to pay as you go or pay as some sort of offer in chunk. It depends from the service. In this case, I have both of the option, but before going there, I have to select the resource group, so the box where I want to place my application. In this case, I already have a resource group where I work with my devices. Where in the world I want to put this service. Why I can define a different region for this service. Just because if I deploy or send my device around the world, probably could make more sense to have deployed my service not where I live or where I work, but where is closer to my user. That could make sense. I can also deploy more services that are deployed in several parts of the world that could be more reachable for each part of the world. US, Australia, Europe, wherever, South America, whatever. Okay, in this case, I don't know, let's write West. Okay, Germany is good. Okay, then I have to select a name. Why? Because all these services are working as a web service, are exposed as a web service, as a REST API, essentially, that need to be reachable also, if you want, outside from the free internet, okay? And for this reason, I need to have a unique URL that will define the access to my service, because that could be a service that I could use for my application, but also with other application. And I can expose as an API on the external. For this reason, I have to select a good name that is not existing yet. And also, the other point, very important, is how do you want to pay, or how do you want to use, in which way you want to use this service. In this case, I have only one option. Usually, I have more than one. But in this case, the service I already deployed is the free one. So the service that is completely free until a certain number of calls. Let me show you. In this case, okay. The free option permit me to do speech to text until 5 audio hours for free per month. And if you consider that is for test application, I can test very, very, in a very good way my application in this way. It exposes one endpoint. In this case, having one or more endpoint is exactly for what I said before. If I want to have different endpoints that are available, one in US, one in Europe, or one in Australia or Far East, I could do with a different tier of price, exposing more than one endpoint. So just to understand why now, if I create a new one, I have to select not the free one, but the standard. In this case, the standard S0 is a solution that is pay as you go. And so in this case, I send 5 seconds and I pay for 5 seconds. Could be a few bucks, honestly, until you don't go with hours and hours of audio. I feel you don't see any expense. Okay, that's the way I create my service. Let me go back to my service because it is already deployed. And here, what I have to do, or what I need with this. With this, I have the opportunity to get to manage all as at each service on Azure. I can define different kind of approach. For example, I can define identity. I can define the access control. What does it mean? Very quickly. I can define on this service all that kind of policy or user association way of access to the service that permit automatically to offer also my service to other. Okay, for example, I want to authorize all the people in the tenant of my company to use this service. And I can do it adding, for example, a rule in the access control. For my sample, the only point I need here is the keys and the endpoint that are more or less the information I need. In this case, key 1 and key 2 are the name says access key that will be needed to the function or the application, in my case, an Azure function, when will trigger the service. I will have also the endpoint here. And with that and the key, my Azure function will reach the service and request the operation to be done. Well, let me go back. I have it here probably. Sorry. Yeah, I have here. Just to be clear, if you want to see everything is documented here in this page, I can link in the slide later. I showed in this screenshot what are the steps. I have created the service. Then I get the key that I shown. I have my sample already in VS Code. Let me scroll this. Okay. Here, what I have to do, and honestly, is the point where the service is going down this morning, is that from VS Code, I have the option to connect to Azure, create the Azure function, deploy the code that is on GitHub actually, deploy the code for the Azure function, the two-part, connect and insert the key that are for the device, also give the information for accessing to the IoT hub to the device, flash it on the device, and start the service. I probably don't have the possibility to show you because the function is not deploying. Sorry for that. But I can leave all the infos that you can use just to repeat the operation. What is the meaning now? Let me scroll because there is a couple of screenshots. Okay, after the configuration of the device, this device, I go forward. Okay. Then on the device, I have two buttons. The button is named A and B. Pressing the B button, I scroll between the different language. Given the right language that I want to select, I will hold the button B and starting to talk to the mic and say what I want to say. That when I leave the button, the device started the operation, trigger the Azure function, send the audio, the service asking to the service, and everything is returned to the text inside the device. Okay. Okay. Well, what's the time end at 10, 11? 11? Now, essentially.
So normal time is now, but you can take a few more
Okay,
minutes.
I can get just a couple of more minutes, but we will end in time. What's the point? Actually, I have done these exactly on this very tiny device, and this solution can be done only in this way, in this case, on this device. But the other option I could have is, for example, to use a device like, I don't know, a Raspberry Pi, if you find someone around, because actually is it not available at all in the world, or at least at cost that are crazy. Or devices, or industrial PC, or where device where you can put a small operating system that can run a small piece of code that is named IoT Edge, that either could run on Windows or Linux. You can exactly deploy this service on the hardware and doing it exactly on your device. What is the difference? The difference that is you don't need internet connection, or at least you could need internet connection, for example, if you want to support thousands of different languages. But if you want to support a basic number of languages, English, French, Bulgarian, German, whatever, the usual main European, for example, languages, you can put everything inside your device. And if you, for example, want to create a sort of kiosk that give you information or give you answer, or you can even want to create a device or an application for the mobile device, you can do it also in this way, because it runs also on Android, for example, IoT Edge. For this reason, what you can do, exactly the same application I'm running, could run on your device and exactly make the same. Also with the speech to text translation, but if you want also to the text to speech back. Okay, that could be interesting. I feel I don't have so much more time because I lost a lot of time at the beginning. By the way, these are all my contacts where you can reach me if you want. You can find on my GitHub also all the detail of the session with the deck and all the links that are available for the project. And essentially, where you find also other the other point that I'm describing now. So the point of giving that offline and also portable. Apologize that I cannot show you today, but hope you appreciate. And if you have any question, feel free now or after during the day. I'm here available to do it. Thank you again to the sponsor, and so see you next time.
Really good. Despite the technical problems, really good.
Yeah.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology.
Exactly. The offline part could be done, as I said, with Azure IoT Hub, Azure Edge, that is more or less a container extension of the IoT, Azure IoT ecosystem. So you can get some of the
You're fine.
some of the services that usually run on the data center of the Microsoft data center, and you can grab some of these services and put inside your machine, inside your hardware. Could be, as I said, the speech service, could be part of the IoT app, could be, okay?
As long as those services are some kind of autonomous. They don't reach
Obviously,
resources.
Obviously, if first of all, possible at least to run on a tiny hardware, okay? If it could run on that, or if it could be released in a way that could reach a size that is manageable. Because if you want to translate every language of the world to whatever other language in the world, probably you need some. You need a huge number, a very big recognition image, inference image for the AI that you need, that probably inside the Raspberry Pi probably don't fit. Okay, that's the point. But if you, as I said, if you want to reduce your scope, for example, to English, French, Spanish, I don't know, German, okay, language, probably the dimension of the inference image will reduce very quietly, and you can put that inside a tiny device. And also, for example, many applications that you already find also on mobile device use this kind of approach, okay? Sometimes in different way, but technically it's possible to do exactly this also on an Android phone, because IoT Edge is essentially a container, a Kubernetes in that sense, manager, okay, where you can put container images and running, and also it permit you to escalate if you need more power, scale up or scale down, and also manage the reuse of, for example, image that is going broken or has been destroyed, pushed back, whatever. So all these kind of activities are done by IoT Edge. IoT Edge is a platform that permits to do very different kind of things. Okay, if you look at also the Azure HCI platform, that is the on-prem version of Azure that many customers of Microsoft is using, is more or less based on Azure IoT Edge. But in this case, you can count on very huge hardware, and more or less you are very close to reconstruct a small data center, not a tiny IoT device, okay? But IoT Edge is very versatile in this way, okay, and can permit you to use it in both ways. By the way, you can do it also without IoT Edge. If you, for example, have a Raspberry Pi OS distribution, or a Ubuntu, whatever, on a tiny device distribution, you can use even your .NET Core application that use this service on offline, okay? You can do it also completely offline, also without the use of the IoT Edge. In this case, you need to manage all the part of the service that you are going to use locally, because there is not something that manage it for you, okay? That's the difference. But by the way, when I say use IoT Edge, is because you do exactly the same that I do on Azure, okay? That's exactly the same. In the other case, you have to manage a bit more on your side because, for example, the Azure function part, you have to manage to run the code on your side because you need to run on your hardware and on your assemblies that you need to have all deployed on your machine. Okay. In the case of Azure, I do it without any clue because it is a serverless option, and I don't need to know nothing about what is downstairs. Okay, that's it. Okay, but if you want,
we have
feel free
opening code being
to
tracked one.
check me.
So we'll invite you to come to join the opening in track one.
Let's go.
No
Let's
one
go.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. we've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for Adatis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa. Excellent.
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Adastra is a global IT consulting company that helps businesses across the world unlock new opportunities in the global marketplace by getting the most out of their data. We craft enterprise data management strategy, cloud-based and modern data warehouse solutions, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise application development, digitalization, and automation. Data has long been at the core of our activities, so are the people. We are looking for passionate graduates and experienced IT professionals to join our team. By joining our team, you will drive the business growth of industry-leading global companies. Stay connected with cutting-edge technologies and platforms. Embrace tech mastery with the support of a personal mentor. Enhance your career with more than 60 technological trainings and certification opportunities. Spend time with like-minded teammates and join numerous exciting initiatives and team events. Want to grow with us? Get in touch with us to discuss career opportunities. We'd love to chat.
I can start. Cool. Hell, I'm here in we've spent 11 minutes now. So, yeah. So think when we were the idea was to actually do a workshop, and then we took a copy, and then the copywriter, everything, and then I talked to this conference in a slot. So in the first, because you can say this is amazing, everything is amazing, and then leave before I've started. You see me talking. I muted. Okay, but it's a built-in mic. Let's do it. Okay. Closer. So they've told me you're gonna be doing a 60-minute sessions are the worst. We have plenty of showing something, but not to finish. Everyone hates it. So let's try. Topic is signups beyond. I'm not a data engineer. Hey, Marco, I'm a who basically comes in when they've put something together to work. It's not that there are glitches. There are going between different environments. There's the cost, etc. Come in and we fix it. Bound out that it's much nicer instead of putting out fires. For you start having gray hairs and gray hairs. So, Juliak, I'm coming from Korea. I'm leading a cloud console last Maze, and well, for the last too many years, and for this year, I've decided in the beginning and make it. So the point of you had two amazing sessions in the first slot. About the dedicated one was about building. So there's probably a recording of those the same slot. Those people know what they're. The point of this is not to say how Synapse Analytics is, but in some cases, Databricks. The point is to do stuff that's not only about streamline and optimize your. Oh, more people. Hello. Take some. Okay. Since I just took the synopsis that the most you'll learn today, and so the first writer said was, "Will the user management topic not? That's always boring. There's you can make user management. You can make it now. So the when you try to, let's say, selling signups, but when you try signups to someone, the pitch for is the integration. We're talking about data flows. Already has them for a whole lot of flow is already there. Why move it? Running something on Spark pulls bricks, it works. But with signups, you get that the Azure data bricks, the Azure signups, but now it's called because Microsoft and names they aren't good at giving names. The best case was when anyone using Team Foundation Server, the Azure. Okay. So at some point in Visual Studio Online, and they bad feedback, or thinking, oh, that's Visual Studio Online, and open the Visual Studio. And when they do with Visual Studio, they get back because Microsoft. So, user management. Just the other day, one of my and she was working on some project for a US client. The Microsoft account on her last second, we just that's it. That's what you. But then on the client side, the web apps, and they are. I've sent them. Just left. Today is her lock her out of everything. Email saying, yeah, we removed them there. I said, but I know you them. So throughout the next we have more than 10 systems where remove her. So that user management still being boring. It's not tedious when you have everything in the directory where you can let them give them their do all of that through infrastructure from your some sort of be Azure Active Directory. You can just onboard a new person without any issues because it's not that big of a deal. You know, when this is a ticket and they say, hey, I can't access, but removing access is a dangerous thing because people have the access and with sign up with the core data, you're on some dummy environment, have dummy data, then who cares? So, and we're gonna, since we jump over to clicking a bit, clicking. So, to experiment with concepts, process making a zillion copies. So, there are one is let's play because that's this thing to do. You that's working. You up to date data to it. So why not tweak? You're like I'm gonna fix it with, and then you just don't it or forget about it, or you go for a new run and your code. And I know this all might seem serious, but that's what's happening because, hey, I think what someone invited me for a cup of important and tweaking on product, the best thing ever. The other thing people are doing is creating a like we need a copy of that. No. I need a specific project. But you just for project A. Now we're on project B, creating copies. What you do is place them either in, if it's big, someone usually Oracle server or Oracle database, some getting new tables up because they're very software. Microsoft Azure Purview, but so they just you use it, or if it's a small piece of data, or through OneDrive, or through Dropbox. Best thing is when Dropbox set it up available. That's like managed to fail. So let's go signups. Anyone signups? Yeah, anyone here regretting signups? You? Sometimes. Okay. Okay, then let's go further. Signups. A fresh new one. So who might not know, this is of Synapse Analytics. We're alarm more, so we don't have to run out. So you can connect data here later. We're talking, and when you develop stuff, do SQL scripts. Anyone doing Spark stuff? Language. Sofia. No one uses or yeah, okay. And I feel sorry for. Okay, let's add a notebook. Everyone from notebook. Pretty much. Over here, can I enlarge this? Have the option of setting it to, in which case it's not connected to a Git, but it goes to the production. It works. You have pretty much nothing back easily. But we're gonna repository because we're gonna need it later to discard this. Azure DevOps Git. Continue mission project. Where is Sofia? Here, repository name. It works. Okay, collaborate new. Let's call it. Okay. Well, it's doing a thing with Synapse, new software Microsoft is building. Gave up on the idea we're gonna be, and then we're gonna be build an agents because they for a between what you could do through a web application, then for best thing here is safe. So this is kind of no more audience. A single page application, meaning it which you can use. Use infrastructure as code on your cloud. So is there anyone using source code? Yeah, I know you are, but it doesn't count.
Do my best.
Templates, yeah, or Terraform, or Bicep is stupid. Hello. It's a the audience. So we're on the Balkans. That's the only. Okay, so the purpose of is that you don't have to. I want an instance of Synapse. I want this storage. I want this. I want this ARM, the Azure Resource Manager. They are okay. The thing is that the ARM templates is in a markup language. Say I want to have this please reflect, don't have any logic. Me, I hate that because able to have what goes, for example, to a database. How many environments with whichever do I need to, or go to fetch all the users I have to add ticket store and we need to provision. And actually, Microsoft doesn't have a chance. They blew it with bytes. It's ugly. So, Pulumi, let me. They're not a paid advertisement. Pulumi is the company where executives in and Google Cloud, and then doing cloud is hard, and still is Terraform, but to a certain distance kind of failed because again, and you can't do much there. You can't do the normal. You can implement in. So Pulumi started source, and you can C#, Java, TypeScript, JavaScript, probably something else, but something else. I like C#. No worries. What is the best thing that they've started with the Terraform providers? They have everything that Terraform does. Moved on, and they've implemented a kind of a service, which their API documentation, and based on that, it's new. Well, live on which language are you? Support spinning up new parameters from the day one. Form had where you would get new stuff in 4 weeks, or at some you have the support the same day, which means you don't have to use that. You just go here and you write the normal code. You can know you're probably data engineers and you don't know infrastructure, but this sysops team or your DevOps team, whatever the name is in your corporation, and or the cloud, some has that. So every proper corporate called cloud center of excellence, be excellent about it. But they tell you how to do cloud disappear because they don't provide any support. Here's a template. But I don't know. You can test stuff. You can policies. So you can see as code, which means this department or at least this project machines or can't speak with public hubs to be available in a VNet. All of that, I know this is perhaps a bit part beyond clicking, where we start using what you clicked for the last 4 years. That's the point in the project where we this certain amount of money, not that open source. You can pay not for the software, the web application, which the state of your cloud better. But a cool thing is, say, I don't want to pay you anything. I want on my Azure USS bucket or bad idea. Don't do that because you can save the state of your corporation in your laptop, and all of a sudden it's free and your CI/CD process. Okay, so let's go back. This got built. We're gonna go and create a dummy data flow. And a sync. Where's the sync? Validate a data set is required. They've ordered 30 minutes, 28 minutes. This conference is going to start in go there, and we'll move the alcohol there.
Here you're going to have the dessert. The pizza. Promise. You will promise to do that. Very much in mind. See you in a bit.
See.
The sessions are a bit late, so we can take it.
Or we can just drink because we're going live. Cool. So when you use, is anyone using Synapse with the code there? Well, does anyone move to Synapse from a custom? No? Okay, has anyone moved to Synapse? No? Just on a greenfield project. We have alcohol if you want. It's time for the alcohol. Okay, so there are lake house and what not to their execution code, a format you can't read, a human in a format that encrypted, which is this allows you to and not to waste time on creating one. This is how it looks, a Git repository for your Synapse. And over here, where it says we're data source, we're doing something, and then we're syncing it. Whole syntax is available. Microsoft finally started doing that, which means that if your source language, and that's the, but you can actually write a piece of your source ETL data flows, whatever you're doing, and this. And we've done that companies because for some reason the SSIS or build their own tools because software available. You can employ 15 people to the thing you have to do is the syntax. They've implemented some which aren't matched because at some point, since it's a custom, someone came, hey, I don't want to and chain them. Can we have one? They got it, but now you have to that's universally understandable. Because what you do then is you take hundreds of those pipelines and them through a piece of software. The output was a JSON file, led them to the Git Synapse, and they are there. And you've saved depends whom you're asking. On one, perhaps on the other hand, if you're a person you don't like that approach, you don't get the chance to sell 10. So this is not for you care about your company. Then do this. Otherwise, okay, we're gonna go back to this. The same goes with the showed you with the data flow set for the data sources is defined there as a code. Go with your infrastructure as code environments and spin up the data sources, and then you bunch of copies. Production is always amazing because you are like we like, but you don't. You just heard it somewhere. No, okay. How do you do it? So, if it means that you're first developing for security, then you're doing it, etc. That's why you people are doing sec DevOps. Kind of a requirement to do DevSec. A moment later, you usually get they want to be able to debug in production. And people, you can't debug usually so in production because a piece of software, when you deploy it somewhere, something that's called a release mode, the debugger to it. There's no something to do. Is you build a redeploy it, all of a sudden you're not you brought the production. You're no one else is seeing it, but connecting to the production. First of all, you have to convince people debugging in production. You will production. Production is there to if you need to test something environment, which we usually some people do need a test environment, at least 6 environments, because they get and they keep approving them. You need like 10 environments to read most of the errors. With the you have at least 3 of them: environment, a production environment. At the environment, you can break whenever. And some dummy data or data, but it's a separate copy. Anything if you make a mistake. Environment is that, but it's connected to the real data. Not to execute delete on the and the idea well to if you the big and that's your stakeholders as well is people are the problem, and their idea business people think you want to have, and you're like and we, like entering the store, but we're not data point. Well, invent something for what? So you usually think, what do you want to achieve? Then you tell them, please don't any ideas about solutions, because we're solution. Just tell us what do you want to achieve. Our way back. The same thing is here. You want to know what do they want to do, and at some point when why do you want to be able to debug? They are like pieces of code, Python, and it doesn't work in. Want to be able to connect to a production data source, develop a new piece of code, completely other thing than production. You just need access to the. Yeah, that's what they wanted. And this is where Azure Sign comes in really handy. So, as you probably know, has types of nodes. One are about the serverless ones and the SQL ones. They have there's a bunch of the pool of data flow mode nodes later. But the cool thing is that your files, the park, the delta file format files, whatever, you can expose them through a CSS. And at that, usually actuaries or real developers, no hard feeling, to connect to the SQL data. All of a sudden, hey, we're so you just tell them, yeah, you are. So how do you? What we usually do is we interface. Lets them ask for a portion of data, because if we keep plugging server, that's gonna grow, and no one's gonna clean it up because no one is back of the data and clean it up. So there's a small web interface. Log in again with their Microsoft, and they say, I wanna this iteration. The files are in Parquet or in we basically load table to a SQL, usually serverless SQLs, but because sometimes that they need to write back. So we basically create or multiple tables. Because we know who they are, they came, and which is gonna delete all 1 week, a month, or 3 months on what they choose. So that is simple. That you can have any. All of a sudden, you have an automatic job. Your stale data, because you usually need it for 3 months, and if they need, they will request it again. This exposes the data to use it. Everyone's happy. They're not okay. So how do we go to the production one? Which Microsoft is actually best practice is to have the dev Git repository, so that you there's a branch for that, etc. Make a pull request, and you know what? Okay, so then you make a pull request in of the dev environment. The staging environment, production environment are not connected. You go to, for example, use a job to and deploy it here. The thing with Azure DevOps, the only tool available is integrated. Otherwise, you have to jump. Is it not only capabilities integrate risk management built it in risk management? So you suppose deploy, for example, but management. And what's the point of this idea is that if you have something to build it only once, you don't build it deploy to another environment, because your underlying machine, the libraries you fetch might, because some developers especially library. Some so it's like get me the latest in a day. You might be getting a whole. So the idea is build it once artifacts through and in Azure DevOps you have multiple stages where gates are an automatic whether did go through or didn't. So you can be AI checking for something you can explore, which is kind of useful to execute a query. So if I've deployed this result to that query, and that's let you go to the next stage unless it's met. And natural thing to do there is because everyone loves the blame. You broke the production. And everyone loves that about fixing the error. It's about saying you broke it. People. So this management in Azure is that there's no config for the builds part. You can actually an ugly XAML, the build process, but not for the release part. You have to click it through. Pretty much no other way unless you exit on your machine and import it back again. Problem to set it up for the first set it up. You know what you're setting up. You do a test run through all the issue is that over time you mostly deploy to, then you sometimes and only sometimes you get to the, you're not doing that many changes. Sometimes you need to on the release step and the deploy step. Since you're experimenting to the other stages with this, people usually apply those changes to other environments. You're going from dev to why the steps are different. Panic mode. So that is not that great, but there's pretty much available in an integrated manner. Another option to connect all of them to the same repository. Just you probably saw when we were setting up, there's a collaboration branch. There's to set them to different names, to a single branch, meaning that you don't have to do branches. You just make a PR and they deploy. Is that moving that environment to another works as long as the source is the same. Different names, or if you have something that needs to be changed. You're doing a PR, you can immediately, which will change some parameters. All the credentials, all the error needed to go through. Explain this one, that we're basically build a tool that translates well to this works amazingly. So as most of you know, that you can connect pretty much whatever upstream side and the data either through Parquet files, pretty much anything can connect. There are here. One is that there's, for example, Dream.io. So Dream.io Dream.io is an open, also has up to pay for support and some features like SSL. It would be nice to set. So Dream.io is something that's called an Arrow. That Arrow SQL engine special ODBC driver. Install ODBC drivers into sign up. As long as the source is sure, you will be able to connect to it. Guys, you're gonna have a problem. You either need to the data from your source into a step, how to build some API. Another here is which people are most so streams loves Kafka and we're gonna stream all the data and data and then your stream. So but and it doesn't not connected to breaking the stream the data. So when you're saving data to Parquet, you can't file. You're creating new files or window. Depend choose to save based on a time window. You're gonna have a whole lot. Someone's gonna have to manage, have to load them up and go to the next step format. Anyone using Delta Lake? Anyone knows how Delta Lake? How? Have you seen the ugly JSON? Okay, so you do not know. So Delta file format, Parquet, with another, which is saying from this file is not to be used anymore, and doing a delta every 2 minutes. That JSON is gonna be on one hand, it allows you to see your historical data. On the system is gonna start being slow, going for this and figuring out even Spark is slow. And at that point, you have of squashing all of your history. So, where you have to use cases, and there's no single one. You have to figure out what's the best for the downstream solution. The dedicated one, the serverless one, to pretty much anything. Kafka, you can call an API, whatever you just send, and that can be done through the. This is the best. When you build a pipeline, to do would be to have an outside start it, and when it's done, we'll do something else. But then you about we would like it X steps. We want to know that every single step other one is about to start, send the message, but no, to the pipeline should continue at every. That's micro, not something you should do. But there's where's my let's go to the pipeline, new pipeline, and webhook. So anyone used nope. Yes. So the idea with the webhook is a step in your pipeline. The webhook will HTTP call to something in the wherever you want to, but in addition, you'll get this URL. This callback URL is the URL of specific pipeline execution back in order for it to continue. You can call it back and send it a message not to continue. And to integrate your something on the outside, but not you can integrate the single step transition. A stupid way to do it, full use case is one of intervention. So a step where a human needs, and those are usually where you didn't have time to develop, or the decision is being, because if it's not being made time to implement it by its software. So what we do is say, okay, this is someone's hunch to decide. You send service, that outside service can then application, push an email, whatever, something, present a few buttons, and then based on what you call back your pipeline, and it stops. Things here is that sometimes we want to decide after some values from the previous one or not. It's like a statement. But no, we change those values. So service to do that, I'll be redeploying your whole sign whole lot of times. Caching. There's a cool thing. Data. The cool thing with caching the data can, and you try to use it, it's cached. They will actually and check whether the metadata, which means that even though you will not get stale data, the fresh data, which is a dedicated SQL pool, because you basically an external data set gets loaded into, and that's it. You have Databricks has a cool keeps checking on the storage updates, but over here ability. But what you do have, and Azure has a whole lot of, you can catch that kind of an event or a file got uploaded. Anyone using Logic apps? The sad thing here about Logic, still don't have a connector, so you have to do menu. But the point is that something changed. Small pipeline on your Synapse loads the data and pushes the same SQL interface, the same thing can happen here with the stale data. Sometimes saving just a of data. So you figure out folder. So that storage is as NTFS. There's a new folder. There's 11 of them. The first one, because we only want 10. Synapse indexes is actually a tool and with bit events, a piece of Azure which events and then redistribute them or something. Oh, if you event grid, beware. You can call an API. Expects a response, a positive response. It only gives it a minute. Decide to implement the listener to this in a synchronous manner. It gets pinged. It doesn't say, okay, I'll start it asynchronously, but you work less for more than a minute, will give up, your code will continue, it will ping you again and again. And depending on what might do harm to yourself, be wary of that. If you look, for example, at Dremio, you just keep adding data, removing data, data is updated. Over here, you need to build an environment around it, but when you build it, it's much more streaming. Favorite part. You get the pipeline flow by Spark, see data flow. But people, don't you understand that one of those steps is being executed and the data from the somehow here and then back, but there's no going, you're copying it again, and you're and the answer, why are we allowed to do it, the practice? So the thing with streaming data, pretty much no different notebooks. You don't have to save it and load it back up, although some. But the point is, your workloads in a manner that's possible done on one type of the nodes to the other. Naturally, you can't do that. For example, if you have to combine Spark, pretty much whatever flow can be done in PySpark here, but you can do it there. It's pretty much a programming like the optimizations. Some other optimizations, anyone experiencing so a cold start is when you have some 24/7 or not running, which you don't want to pay them for 5 minutes in a day. But also, you don't want to wait for them to start, especially when you're doing job. So, you take 15 minutes elsewhere. In that 15 minutes is the default Spark nodes, so they will go down, and you'll need to wait for them to like this. This is slow. What you can easily, when you start, so there's an API for kickstart the cluster. Before you, for example, you know that this workload will take 5 minutes. Time is 4 minutes. Let's kick them off in parallel. This will be up and running. We'll just so people are usually sold by and then it's like well are on for the whole day because you need to you need to think about it. Mixing. Okay. I have 2 more minutes. We go to track 4. Also, a really important part here. You probably also saw the monitoring, the pipeline, what did they do, etc. that's a nice part, because that means that some can click to figure out something. There's a solution called Azure Monitor. The Azure services are connected to tell it, go send the data. Data is going to the monitor. You can set automatic, you can set alerts, and for alerts to without your duty. So pager duty in your API or something goes down, sends an SMS or sends an email that built in. So when my clusters are capacity for 5 minutes, so that I don't go in there and look at the monitor. Is that useful? Because if you use a pool of or multiple jobs, they can auto scale. You can set it to auto scale, to downscale, or you can scale them. But if you say that it should work correctly, hey, for the last 10 minutes, this is being utilized as 100% frog. That's a point. Notify someone, fix it, go see what's going, and how to get back. I've seen people saying with and it ramped up to you did something wrong. This is a tool which can bankrupt you, especially if you're using the dedicated SQL pool. Because the SQL pool, you have a whole lot of, and those steps are pretty much the size of the resources you the most expensive $500 or $600 per hour. You forget it for a month, and again, that's where can come in nicely, be connected to the cost. So you go over $1,000 in a month, because that's not usual. Beware of the dedicated SQL pool. Fit of the dedicated SQL pools, insert, update, delete data, take all of that and save it down to. But if you just need to expose the data, are better, because you're being charged something cheap like, and they scale automatically. Once you've said this is the size of the serverless ones, if initially is not, you will get additional node for the Spark. I've seen the machines with because they've heard that processor. It is in some case the fundamental part. You've developed a piece of code that runs. So if your code runs only machine with a GPU, will not do you, and it a lot of money, and then also you size them. That's why you want automatic time down. But what's the size for you? 2 minutes. There's no work for it down. That works, for example, around a day. But when you have 200 runs a day, it might be different. Also, the size. Sometimes you with a large cluster, if you have, so go with the smallest one. Your peers, is there try to process everything in near real and everything in parallel, or can, because for example, you can just rent free cluster and just for it will wait. it will event most of the data analysis in real time. Because for Synapse, it was done once a week, once a quarter, sometimes a week or two for the data. We've now moved to let's run it a week, a day. Hey, here we and if anyone has a question about the bottle, otherwise, nope. Ignore the lunch. Let's go to because Katalin drove from Nuremberg. So last night from Nuremberg, and now he's here. Thank you.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted, we're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for Adatis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become. Whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for Adatis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now. And going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa. Excellent.
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ethic Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Adastra is a global IT consulting company that helps businesses across the world unlock new opportunities in the global marketplace by getting the most out of their data. We craft enterprise data management strategy, cloud-based and modern data warehouse solutions, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise application development, digitalization, and automation. Data has long been at the core of our activities, so are the people. We are looking for passionate graduates and experienced IT professionals to join our team. By joining our team, you will drive the business growth of industry-leading global companies. Stay connected with cutting-edge technologies and platforms. Embrace tech mastery with the support of a personal mentor. Enhance your career with more than 60 technological trainings and certification opportunities. Spend time with like-minded teammates and join numerous exciting initiatives and team events. Want to grow with us? Get in touch with us to discuss career opportunities. We'd love to chat.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent of being here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now. And going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa. Excellent.
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Adastra is a global IT consulting company that helps businesses across the world unlock new opportunities in the global marketplace by getting the most out of their data. We craft enterprise data management strategy, cloud-based and modern data warehouse solutions, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise application development, digitalization, and automation. Data has long been at the core of our activities, so are the people. We are looking for passionate graduates and experienced IT professionals to join our team. By joining our team, you will drive the business growth of industry-leading global companies. Stay connected with cutting-edge technologies and platforms. Embrace tech mastery with the support of a personal mentor. Enhance your career with more than 60 technological trainings and certification opportunities. Spend time with like-minded teammates and join numerous exciting initiatives and team events. Want to grow with us? Get in touch with us to discuss career opportunities. We'd love to chat.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent of being here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for Adatis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa. Excellent.
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ethic Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Adastra is a global IT consulting company that helps businesses across the world unlock new opportunities in the global marketplace by getting the most out of their data. We craft enterprise data management strategy, cloud-based and modern data warehouse solutions, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise application development, digitalization, and automation. Data has long been at the core of our activities, so are the people. We are looking for passionate graduates and experienced IT professionals to join our team. By joining our team, you will drive the business growth of industry-leading global companies. Stay connected with cutting-edge technologies and platforms. Embrace tech mastery with the support of a personal mentor. Enhance your career with more than 60 technological trainings and certification opportunities. Spend time with like-minded teammates and join numerous exciting initiatives and team events. Want to grow with us? Get in touch with us to discuss career opportunities. We'd love to chat.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
I happy that I see too much people here. Today will be very big fun. Microsoft Power Platform. It's very funny, very interesting, and for me, it's almost new in the market. Now, Wayside Canada is very crazy for that, and England also. Still, is coming easily for Europe. Okay, yeah, okay, working. Just I need 2 minutes to speak about the Adastra. And after that, starting with the Power Platform. Adastra is, how I said in the presentation in the morning, is the Canadian, how to say, it's international consulting company dealing and deliver data, solutions and everything regarding the data. Power Platform, yes, it's half a data, but almost also is a little bit more. Power Platform, especially the Power Apps, it's a real application from the beginning. You have zero, and after that you have really good modern application, and very quickly. Just Adastra. Yeah, you see here the everything is written there. It's I just read. Adastra is an international consulting company that delivers functional solutions across various sectors, facilitating the transition to the digital era. We focus on data processing, analyzing, and on building data warehouse. Data has long been at the center of our activities. Our core competencies have gradually expanded to including the Internet of Things, big data, artificial intelligence, and application development, including for mobile. Goal: to contribute to our customers' business growth using smart data solutions. You see here the Adastra. How much is? How many? How many offices? Praga, Bratislava, Toronto, Marha, Detroit, Frankfurt, Stanford, and so in Bulgaria, Sofia, Varna, Plovdiv. We have very big offices also in the Varna and Plovdiv, not only Sofia. And it's increasing, I think, compared with other company a lot with the employees. This is our partnership. You see, almost famous all of them: IBM, Oracle, Microsoft, Cloudera, and Dynatrace. This is technology. Know how it means that this technology which is providing from the Adastra. Here in the application development is Microsoft platform. Power BI, never mind that is now in the BI. Power BI is one part of the Power Platform also. I will not speak all of them. You see how many technology and how modern we have in Adastra. And really in Adastra we have many projects, many. And very serious clients with very big data, with big company and so on. And now that's for Adastra beginnings. Now start the Power Platform. Power Platform, it's have 4 components. You see on the screen: Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power Virtual Agent. Looking like this, I can say I can put on the first place the Power Apps canvas. I just mentioned first my part. I mentioned general for everything, little information, and after that I stop even demonstrate Power App canvas. This is the technology where we can provide customizing and real application from the zero, from the scratch. Power Up, I start one by one. Now, this is just one look, but after that I will just directly from my computer I will demonstrate. This is just picture from some of the doing some application using the Power Apps canvas. Later I will discuss a little bit more about that to try not too much speaking here. Model-driven app. Model-driven app, it's also Power Apps. Okay, Power Apps have Power Apps Canvas, Power Apps Model-driven app, and Power Apps Portal. Model-driven app is when you need end-to-end some offer to some client application. But generally, I can prepare in Canvas absolutely same, like model-driven app, even nobody understood that this is Canvas. Model-driven app is a little bit like wooden, more easy, but it's not have so many options, not have to make some design, and usually the logic is done by Power Automate usually, which is behind the Power Apps model. One more thing for model-driven app is that behind the model-driven app is staying all the time database in Dataverse table. I will speak. Okay, I just say some words now. Like SQL, like Oracle, Oracle is also SQL, of course. We have here in the Microsoft platform tables. They are similar to SQL, but more functionality have than SQL, which can keep data inside. And this is named Dataverse. Nowadays in Dataverse put some more features inside, but really when somebody is speaking for Dataverse, it's the tables inside in the Microsoft Power Platform. Yeah, this model-driven app is working only and only with the Dataverse table. It's not possible to working with SQL or something else. Okay, but this is part of the Power Apps. It means that possible to make also, yeah, portal. This is new one. Not exactly. Now starting new one is pages. Power pages. It's same like portal, but some pages inside which can be customizing. The portal. What's mean portal? Portal can prepare the web site. Have still some limitations. Still, Microsoft need to work on it. But here coming very good question, because everything is in the cloud. Power App Canvas in the cloud, everything. In case you have the Power Apps application in the cloud, why you need to prepare the portal? This is a good question, but for now the portal they're using only for the listing to going well to see. Even in the portals, I can put something to start from there. For example, I can start some application from there. Also have it's the portal some how to say it's implementation. The problem here that is a little bit additional paying, and no any client agree to pay additional for that. How I remember was about 200 per month, something like this. Per one portal, per one user. Okay, All Builder. All Builder is inside in the Power Apps. It's very strange, very funny, and very good technology and feature which they prepare. Here you can extract. You see, this is how much. Also, is paying additional. I have several projects with this, but not so much. Here you can. You need something more deep in the site?
No, everything's fine.
Yeah, okay, thank you. What's mean here? For example, Microsoft Power Apps All Builder. It can read the text from document, from PDF, and put everything there. He can recognize the people face. Must train a little bit. For example, in the picture you have one picture like here. He can recognize the face, and many other features, translating and so on. This is the Dataverse. How I spoke, this is really the table. Here they're speaking for security, for logic, data storage, integration. Everything what you can imagine, it's they put inside here in this Dataverse table. I don't discuss more here because it's too much and taking more of time. And then just a little bit later, I will show even some table from Dataverse, but they can do everything. I told you it's additional to here. It can be said that here the security is very high. And all which the SQL can do, here can do also everything. Microsoft Power Automate. This is the second component of the Microsoft platform. Microsoft Power Automate is also it's very good component. We have here several of the flow. They creating the flow. We have instant flow, which can be start inside from the Power application, for example, or can be start from some trigger, for example, on mobile phone. You can have one button, just push the button and starting. We have automated flow. Automated flow can be start in some reason. For example, you can say when some just example in SharePoint, you have some list, and just you add something in there. You can say to the flow, please start when this list is modified or add or something like this, and he will start automatically. Everything in the cloud, even your computer can be off. This flow, automated flow, we can start immediately. Also, scheduled flow. Scheduled flow can be scheduled to start in some hour. For example, after 1 hour, 1300 each day, just start. Of course, you must read something inside, but can start. Desktop flow. Desktop flow is also very interesting. This is only one, and for Power BI, I have desktop Power BI. Only these two have on desktop. All others are in the cloud. Everything. And desktop flow can command your computer, can start any program at any hour, anything can do. This desktop flow, this is desktop Power BI. You just install on the computer, and you can use this one. Process is vice versa, not speaking to us. This is not a flow. This is just to improve the flow. Additional is they have business process flow. The business process flow, it's not so complicated. Even he was prepared to be easy working and easy preparing. Very often when I have the project in the bank, they say, "Oh, we want business process flow." But I really offer another much better solution than the business process flow, because business process flow is sharing on the screen and put just they must to push something. Instead of this, much better picture we can arrange, but still exists. Easy, very easy to prepare, even if you're not a developer. Power BI. Power BI, it's a very easy tool. Just have some DAX functions, which is not so complicated. And this is just for visualization of the data on the screen. This is some experience here. I hope that more than 50% here, you are, if not using, just see this Microsoft Power BI. because it's yeah, a virtual agent. This is the last one component, Microsoft Power Virtual Agent. This is for preparing just the chatbot. And easy to prepare, just the company who want to prepare must arrange what chatbot should be like text. Okay, now I complete with this presentation because I don't know here how much is the professional, how much is familiar with the Power Apps before, and today's Power Apps Canvas will be dealing more. And do you know it? Do you want to start familiar you Power Apps from the beginning, or do you want to show some more complicated things inside?
I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm usually using the Power BI, and I've seen that in the Dataverse there are some reports which are not the Power BI. What is it?
In the Dataverse, can all of these four can be connected. They are embedded one another. Yeah, and also inside in the Power Apps, they have a separate reports like this, but also they base it on the Power BI like this. They are separate, not Power BI. You can create inside even
it is not Power BI, but it works.
Yeah.
Like
They not, for example, this Power BI. 1 second. Here.
Because I got confused.
Yeah. No, nothing to confuse. They just put inside, but I think soon will be disappear and all because they embed everywhere. And from the Dataverse, you can invoke the Power BI. It's no need from this. Even when I start discussing for Power Apps Canvas, I just will show the diagram, and so they can be inside in this can be produced. Even when I speak for the Power Apps, this connector which you're using in the Power BI, same connector are using in all Power Platform. This is from the March 23rd of March this year. But even this now they have some problems, but I will explain later. But before was some connector, never mind that similar, was different for Power Apps, different for Power BI, different for Power. Now they trying to global all connectors same to be for all the components of the Power Platform. But Power Platform and Dynamic 365, never mind that they are almost same, they start divide now. Power Platform is some another goal, and Dynamic little bit different. Even I use all the time Dynamic 365 settings inside and almost everything there. But they have now the special programs are the Dynamic 365, which is they usually economic like this, and they are like ready programs. They using Dynamic, and they little bit they separate the things now. Even in our company, we have separate Dynamic man, which is if we have projects for Dynamic 365, he go there. Some other questions? Yeah.
I have one, maybe two.
No, okay.
I have little experience with Power Apps, specifically Power Apps and Power Automate.
Okay.
And my first question is, as far as I know by now, Power Automate platform, Automate and Power Apps are suitable to build applications which are visible and can be used inside the organization. Is there any chance or any conversation in Microsoft to be able to build applications that can be used outside the organization, or this is the concept of our platform at all?
They're speaking about that, but what's mean inside? You see, when you're speaking for environment, for example, now it's based to work in the Power BI, not Power BI, sorry, to work in the Power Automate and Power Apps, you must to have environment. This environment, it's you can come inside and can work on this.
But I should have a Microsoft account, especially for assigned to
You must, yes, usually it's connected with the Azure ID, Active Directory. When you have the in the Active Directory, if you have assigned, and you must to have a minimum Office 365 license. But for example, if I prepared some program, it's not possible even to prepare the program without this, with some premium features or some connectors inside, then this Office 365 usually is not enough. You must to pay the plan. Now, once, yeah.
For Power Up and you open it to the public and you upload and you make a web application, it will be open for everyone, right?
This who can work on the application must have appropriate license.
It will be.
For example, just to give, I will give you just example. No. Portal is, but but this is the portal, yes. No, this is in the cloud. Power Apps is the cloud. You can use from the cloud.
And the portal is not?
Of course, portal is in the web. Yeah, but
So, the question was, can a user outside of the company use the Power Up from the company?
Portal is relatively new. I started looking at some videos like a year ago. And I remember a tutorial where a lady would be explaining that you can make Power Up that would look like a web page. Now Power Page is totally different stuff.
No, Power Pages is portal.
Exactly.
It's portal. It's nothing
I
different.
think some things are changing.
No.
Moving on.
They're just playing with the game, but no, I will explain. Portal, it's very wooden, almost nothing to do with portal. Now the Power Page, some have put some something to customize inside, and they start name it Power Pages. Blah blah blah. Too much, yeah. Still is very far away from the canvas. Power Apps canvas is from the program. Still very far away. But in the portal, you can prepare the portal and can have a button there to start the Power Apps from there. But I told you, for example, in case I prepare one Power Apps canvas application, I will show some application. Then, if you want to start the Power Apps application, and I using the premium feature inside, you have a message. You need appropriate license to start this one.
As a user of this application.
Yes,
so users need to
and
have
also here have, because in the Azure, this coming everything from the Azure, like idea regarding the security. I hope some people know the Azure. In the Azure, we have many roles and security roles and everything inside. Here almost same. And sometime, yes, still I don't believe that from other organization you must to have, when, for example, you are from other organization, but you must work with this organization which have the program, they must to give you credentials. Never mind that you from outside. But if you use these credentials, it's coming to his organization. I hope that I explained it exactly.
But in Power BI, you can share the report with everyone that has.
You can share. Share what's mean? Share is same. You give credential to them. Same. Sharing is this one. Yes, still Power Apps is little bit more security than the Power BI.
Because I remember 5 years ago, I shared a report.
But sharing the report, you give them.
I was working in a company and I shared a report with my husband who was in another company, and he still has access to this report.
Yeah, this is correct. But sharing, by pushing the sharing and writing the name, and I just will show the Power Apps, for example, you give them the rights to see this one. And I think Power BI, if you share, you can change the roles there. Not only user, you can give him some more, and then you can see more than you want, for example, depending. This security is very important and must be not so simple, but not so complicated. Just must to have some knowledge. That's all. But sharing is this. When share somebody, you give them rights to see this one.
That means we cannot build applications using Power Apps. We could be public.
No, can be public, but for public no.
No, public no, yes.
But no, if you give, for example, I give example. For example, you have in the Teams group, yeah? Okay. If you say these 3,000 people, I will put in one group in the Teams.
Okay, in this group in the Teams, I can put.
I can arrange the access to the people which is in this group.
Should these people have Microsoft accounts, or I can add also guest accounts?
I cannot exactly reply, but I think can be guests. Because I just thinking because in more the project I'm guest inside.
Yes.
But I come inside.
Okay,
I don't thinking about that till now. But if you guest also, you give you some rights to come inside in the Teams group.
Okay, and in this team
possible. I think it's possible.
I can show as a tab one
Yeah.
Power App, and you think that all guests in this group can also access the application without any limitation. Is this not a security?
No limitation. Yeah, but no, not like this. Depend of you what you give them. It means that you can give to these teams, but also in the teams inside you can
okay, public but not also.
Can play with the security rules, depending. But public without connecting to the Microsoft, because when they go to the groups, they have some credentials. Probably to go there also, and this credential never mind that nobody know. This is connected with the Azure directory in the to Active Directory in the Azure. That's all. Yeah.
The parts of the application need licenses.
I know that. I'm curious if I can create an application, for example, a very simple mobile app, because Power Apps is very simple.
No, because I made
and this mobile app to be for everyone.
Yeah, no, not exactly.
I'm curious if Microsoft will extend the platform and in the future.
Microsoft is a very clever company. No give nobody present. Present from Microsoft, don't wait. They say that no, even here is low code. Behind the canvas is very serious code.
Yes, just a dream.
No, I just to explain, because local. Yeah, for simple, you can arrange many things. But if you come in some real and serious project, I have a health company from Canada, which have 20,000 visits per day in the world. 20,000 per day. And this company, this is from mobile phone. Just open the mobile phone, open the Teams, 3 dots, click, and click the program. All of this can access there. But also they play with this limitation, with this license, play some games. I still ask them to speak with them. I several times speak directly with the Microsoft, but still they not reply, because sometimes in the one company, because the company arranging the license usually. For example, this company, when arranging the license, you have such license, for example, which behind you coming 200 people. In additional 200 people, you can give them the rights just to user. For this means that if they guest and they not have a license, they can use. But same, they must have credentials. They must have a username and password to come inside, even in the groups, even in the team, something like this. Even I check something. If they give me, for example, company give me credential for Power Apps, I can enter everywhere in the Microsoft products. in Azure, portal, and everywhere. But limitation what I can see. Okay. Some other questions? I will start with
Can I?
Of course, no problem.
Okay, according to this conversation that we had already,
Mhm.
what is your opinion? Is Power Apps a platform that can be used for enterprise projects or still for small projects with limited functionality?
No. Power Apps, Canvas. Forget for others. Power Apps Canvas, it's very strong, very serious, very funny, and very serious program applications. I have projects for very serious company. One company take out everything from SAP and give to the Power Apps. I transfer this one. You imagine how this now is working and they are very happy with this.
And as a financial effort for the company, which is better to develop a traditional, let's say, information system using traditional technologies, or to switch to Power Up Canvas and to solve the problem using...
I speaking already very too much times about that, and I'm Java developer. And when I see this product, I love it. Really. No, I don't joke. Never mind the Microsoft. Just between us, before that, I don't have nothing Microsoft to my computer. Really. You know, Java, C# all the time, C# coming from Java. This is famous in the world. Yeah. All Java developer, before even start developer, they're speaking about this. But this is really, you can do almost everything, even the games, but small games, not serious. Yeah, still. You can do everything with this, believe me. Even I did several times. Microsoft say this is the limitation. I did over the limitation. I speak probably this guy which he have experience and waiting something deep. I can speak with deep, but I don't know the story how I spoke before with some people with you. I understood that you need to share something, to explain generally how it thinks. Now I switch my Power Up Studio and just start from beginning. I can deep explain. From one side, it's not so complicated. From other side, if you need to do very serious something inside, even behind some button, I have 5-6 pages code inside, depending. And usually a little bit difference, arranging the relationship, people difference, but really it's very strong. For me, it's very strong, and if continue like this, still have some bugs, little, not so much. And if they continue like this, I don't see even to start the application on Java or other. It's very easy, this one. And here we have Power Apps, Canvas. Here you have Power Automate to automate the process, everything. Here we have Power BI to take the visualization. Everything we have. Even this chat was this way very funny. I tried my, yeah. Still not have project about that because it's still not interesting about in the market. But Power Apps, Canvas in USA, Canada, I told you it's like, yeah.
May I add something? So from my perspective, because I have some experience with Canvas apps and also with traditional programming. We have a few inline apps, internal, working over Canvas apps. If the application is UI heavy and you want to be flashy and everything, it's great tool. If the application is logic heavy, so you want to process something quite specific and whatever, it quickly becomes a burden because it's like Excel-like formulas inside Excel-like formulas, and it's like pages and pages of formulas, and it's quite hard to even understand what the heck that thing does. So you shouldn't put too much logic in Canvas apps, but they can do flashy things with.
Yeah, I agree, but this was before 2 years. Now it's not like this. Now it's improved. I have one project, very very strange how to say it's client. He all the time changing the requirement, to request more and more and more and more. Really, in one screen, we have 10 applications. Each 10 applications have 1 or 2 or 3 screen maximum, but usually it's one. He put many inside. Yes, sometimes it's block like this. I thinking from this, but if I go inside, it's a mistake of the developing side, not from this. Before 2 years, yes, it was like this. If I put for one button more functionality than 3, for example, and a little bit is start playing with you that inside. You push the button, is starting another thing, something like this. But you see, I think this, yes, probably needs some more work on this Microsoft, but also it's disappears almost. I agree with you. Everywhere is speaking that this like Excel formulas, but not like this exactly. And yeah. Okay, how many people have experience with the power-ups? Okay, let's say like this. I have 35 minutes more. I quickly, I explain a little bit the people which is not, how it's means, how is the power-up canvas, and so start quickly, and start one case, for example. You know, these people which you working on the power-ups, you know that the limitation is 2,000. You know that possible to 100,000? You know this? The collection. You know the collection was. You know the collection can be 100,000?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I will explain later. Everywhere declare the maximum collection. Collection is the cache. Collection is the cache, and the collection, if you enter the data in the collection, the application is working very quickly. If the application is working with 100,000 from outside, also it's working, but the not so quickly. Also have a manner there, and so on, so on. Later I will discuss like example just to show because the auditory is very mixed, and I must to cover everything for all. And how I said, I just little bit explain the canvas. This is the okay. This is Adastra. I switch to my, no problem. The problem is that this is the trial because also even though I'm developer, I must to pay additional. No need to pay because I all the time in the project. In the project, the company, the client have an environment, and I come and working inside. But I still have some remaining trial, which is workable for now. Okay. Now, this is named. This is first named is Power Up Studio. Power Automate still not Studio. Never mind that they have, but Power Up Studio they name it now. It's not now. It's long time ago. And here you have some application. This is not so exactly. And here home learn, I not speak even this. Create not speak. Dataverse. Please pay attention to this one. Dataverse. They name Dataverse, but behind the Dataverse, you have tables, choices, dataverse, and so. Never mind this. If somewhere is speaking Dataverse, they're speaking for Dataverse table. What's been Dataverse table? I will open one. Employee, for example, this because it's my. This is the Dataverse table. Just to very quickly view, this is the column. I have here. I just to show here it's very interesting that what they have outside from the SQL. They have here. You can have the one field email. No need to validate email in the site even. If you name this email, this will be validation automatically. And have many different and several fields which don't have in the SQL, for example. For example, you have here, a second. Yeah, you have file. You have field file. This field can keep inside file. Maximum finally is 131, I think, megabytes size. Default is 32, but you can increase to 131, I think it is. Also, image and zone. Additional, this is, they include here the relationship, but in Power Apps Canvas, you don't need relationship because you can arrange from other things. Case, it's very, 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 very interesting. They use it for another, but the best choice for using is not duplicate data in some tables. If you prepare the case to compare with some tables, fields, so then you load additional data. If you have same record, it will be not save it in the table. It's no need to prepare, very simple and very. Forms and views is using usually in the model-driven app. Can use here also. Here is the charts and dashboards. We are speaking, this one. You're speaking for charts and dashboards.
Yeah.
In the tables, databases.
About the reports.
No, this is the charts. You can put here charts and also like report charts. This is the charts and dashboards is simple like this one.
Okay, I've seen the reports in the solution in the solution. Yeah, you have the
But this solution, yeah, but the reports in solution possible to come from Power BI, not from here.
They are not Power BI. There is some reports
From this.
in the solution.
From this,
but it is
okay.
not Power BI.
Okay. Business rules also using model-driven app. In the canvas, it's no sense. And commands, this is to change something inside. Just this very quickly view because you don't have too much time and due to IQ. Choices even is separate. This one choices is even have separate field inside in the table. Data flows. Data flows is in the Power BI also have data flow. In the Azure also have data flow. Data flows is just transferring the data from some another to here. More interesting here for everybody, Azure 7.6 is a little bit concrete. I don't speak this one. Connectors. More interesting here that here we have 360 connectors and more, which can connect the Power Apps, Power Platform, let's say, with almost all technology in the world. Almost. Say almost. Even now I have some discussion with Microsoft, and finally they agree, yes, we are guilty, we try to do as soon as possible. For one connector to Snowflake, for example. Yeah, no. How the guild is Microsoft? 50% and 50% is guilded the Snowflake. But this is another story, yeah. Yeah.
But because there is a market for connectors, isn't that a business opportunity for some company to build a third-party connector?
No, not this. The Snowflake changed something. Yeah, and for example, the connector is working normal with data with Snowflake only if the database name and so on, it's normal.
So there is a bug in the connector.
Yeah, not exactly, because 1 month only dealing with this one. Not exactly special, but playing the game between both. Probably for money, I don't know. The interesting part here is that connectors is too much. You can transfer many things from everywhere.
We'll have to go with another.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Also, we have here, even if you don't have a connector, you can create a custom connector. Here. Custom connector, you can create your own custom connector. Still, here have some limitation in the data, how much is, but still can. Okay. Gateways. Here the gateways, it's, I think everybody knows what's mean gateway. Give the right to access to, for example, this gateway, give a right to access the program to you what you have on computer, like something like this. For example, if you want to connect to MySQL, Oracle, you must to prepare the gateway. For example, he's on my computer, but I must to prepare a gateway, and then I can take the data in the Power Platform from there, something like this.
What's the difference with the connector? Because I use connector to get the data.
Exactly, I told you they want this connector to be same for the Power BI.
Okay, but what's the difference with the gateway?
Gateway. No. Gateway, no.
Because the connector is for connecting and getting the data, so gateway.
Connector, sometimes using the gateway. Connector, it's some code behind written, and they connect this system with this system. I will give example. Okay, but still have some additional security or additional if. And I just give example from gateway. I can give the for I have my computer, never mind this cloud, also my SQL tables. If I try directly to use them without gateway, it's not possible. But for my, because I'm VPN, something like this, if it's simple, it's possible. No problem. And I give gateway give a rights to have to escape some security gateway additional. For example, I have a project which I want to connect SQL, which is in the Synapse in the Azure. But there in the Synapse in the Azure, they don't give me enough security role to connect directly. Then from there, start from client, prepare me gateway from there, and say in this gateway, try to reach only this database. And then when I using the connector, Azure Synapse link, have connector, then I add, in addition to the credentials, I add also on the gateway name. Without gateway, I cannot connect. It's again playing with the security, but
okay, so connector is about the defining the source, and the gateway is about
give a rights.
security.
Yeah, something like this. Yes. Yeah, I hope that you understood.
Yeah.
No, because I don't explain sometimes very good, but try. Here you can start even the flow, preparing new flow, chatbot, all build everything here. Never mind that the flow for chatbot you have separate studio, not only from here. Okay, now for the how is starting, I just show canvas directly. When I start, I can prepare for computer or for the mobile phone. This never. I just show, just initial. This is the simple screen. You have, for example, the data. I just prepare here one table in advance. I include to can reach this table, employee. I show very simple text, very simple text. For example, I can insert. They change very quickly. No, because they change just before. Yeah. Everything is changed just before this. No, because I working yesterday. This was my this one like this. But I must look here. Where is this layout? Should be here. Vertical blank, vertical gallery. I don't like this one because yeah. Okay, I say here the employees. This is just future. You see how much is working here. Just to show. Front end is very quick, very simple, and very famous. For example, I just put something here. You see here, this is the Excel file. No, this is the Dataverse table. But same with Excel file, same with any something which have a data inside, if possible. Just to come inside data. I just put here, you see employees, this is the table, Dataverse table. I just connect Canvas with this table. Directly. And coming inside. This is after that. You can put here some, I don't know, some label like this. Can put like this. Never mind that it's half cylinder, but we don't have time for now. Just push like this, push like this. This one. Okay. And text here. Okay. That's all. And you can arrange another one. You can arrange drop down. You can arrange even 1 second layout node media. You can arrange image somewhere if you want. Here, for example. I hope that I have fun picture on my desktop. 1 second. Pictures somehow somewhere. 1 second. All right. This one, for example. Hop. You see? And you can scroll here, can look. For example, you can use this one. Just click here this row when you play. You can use this click to transfer to another. You can do everything with this one, with this data, what you want. I also do not lose the time because I have almost finished. Oh, 1 second, very quickly. Just show, for example, 1 second here, this one. This I can show because in university and we are a sponsor for this one. Other projects is a little bit not so each time. I show one application. This is connected to the data from Azure, for example. Coming from there, directory, even the browser which I show here, it's not ready browser made by me. It means I made using the Canvas browser. It's not have function inside the browser.
Why would you make your own browser?
Yeah, it's my browser.
Why?
No, not browser like browser. It's UC. Yeah, because it's not possible. It's not have something to put some function. Just browser there. Because must to put in the program. For example, 1 second. Why? Okay, never mind. No, because it must be another screen, but they back here. For example, research a few edit users. This is the browser. This browser is made by me. Because it's, if you go here, you can see some additional things. If you go here, yeah, the colors and everything was required by the client. It means that usually the client, you offer something, after that he arranges. Here can be deleted, I will not delete. And this information, everything is from Azure. This is some folders in the Azure. And also directory. Here is the edit. You can edit here. I just put console because it's not good now. Yeah. Here, deactivating them. I just show something because we don't have too much time. I must finish, huh? Okay. Okay. Now, very quickly, because I promise they go really to some people. But I show something, for example. Here I prepare something. Yeah. Yeah, I prepare here something. I will show something. According to documentation, how I set this collection, using can use maximum 2000. No more. Okay, but in case you have too much records, yeah, can escape something, but therefore I found one for 4000. After that, I try another one, and yeah, I just show this one. This is here 4500. It's the how much is half in the table. This is the track to tables, because my Excel files is 500 on the computer. And each time I add 500, 500, 500, coming there. For example, if I add here, will be coming this one. And will be more. Never mind. This one. If I have simple collection, if I click this one, it's 500. Because my permission is now 500. I will remain in the settings. I put here 2000. Then this maximum. If I put more, they will say me not possible. I don't try now, not half a time. Okay. If I click now this one, this is the play. If I click now, it will be 2000. 2000 I put in the collection. Okay. But I have another one outside from Microsoft. This is showing how much is half in the collection. Down. The first one, this which is moving, is how much is the table. Other is how much is showing how much record you have in the collection using this button sum. If I push this one, just to see.
You do the collection of collections?
Sorry?
Can you embed the connections?
I can embed, but no, it's not embed. It's different collection to show how many records have inside. You see, 4000. Oh, 2000 word on Microsoft. Let's say flow. No, because it's moving here. Will be all inside in the cache. How is possible? When I say this one to Microsoft, it told me not possible. You see, we use this for one project. 30,000 record coming good. But little bit, for example, 50-second, 30-second delay for charging. But when you charge initial, you can work later. Also, don't forget that Power Automate have maximum limitation was 100,000. No, because it's because it's still running. If I click one time, it will be 5,000 here. If I click now, it will be 5,000 because it's running during case. Just to show what's behind this. This is the simple code. This is the simple code for the loading deploys. Just simple. When I click like this, all records from employees will be loaded in this collection. Okay, but 2000 limitation will be 2000. No more. Not possible. Next one. What I mean this here. Little bit more code. What I mean. I make concurrent. Concurrent is means something together. I take first records from the beginning, ascending, after descending. This is like book for Microsoft. It is working at 4000 now. Yeah, it's 4000, 4000, and this one is 5000. But this one is very strong. Oh, here we have a flow. We have a flow. We charge the collection. I must go to the flow and pass to see. Have I more time? Little bit. 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. Now go to the flow. Probably here, probably here. I don't know, flow here. Test the load collection as this one. Just to show. This is one of the things which you escape from the documentation in Microsoft. I just show one. List row, simple, but select all from the just and then response, nothing special to 200. But here, just you must to play a little bit simple with just JSON file. 100,000 can load in the cache. And the program is working very well. Everybody happy. Also have some other. Okay. Sorry, really, but yeah, I must to complete. And thank you very much for your attention. And see you, hope, again. All of you. Thank you very much.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
person that I don't recognize that I've been talking to. So a special welcome to you.
Thank you.
And for the rest? And for the rest, you have only the normal welcome. My name is Michael, sharing the name with the organizer, spelt differently, but I am very proud of our common name. And it's the first time in Bulgaria, and I actually discovered yesterday that Bulgaria is a dangerous country, really dangerous. I was out with my wife and daughter. We took a cup of coffee on the shopping street, the big, nice street. And we decided, should we sit inside or outside? And we decided to do both. So we sat under a shield roof, but outside, apparently smoking area. And some people decided to sit outside, under a chestnut tree. So this one guy got 2 ping pong ball sized chestnuts in his head while sitting drinking beer or coffee, something like boom, and he was like, ow. So they actually, after 5 minutes or so, they moved into our semi-inside outside. So dangerous city in the autumn because chestnuts are everywhere and falling down on people's heads. We're not talking about chestnuts now, though. We're talking about sponsors, important people. I hope you all have gotten your fair share of candy, a pencil which you can plant when you have written to the end of it, cups or toys or other things you don't realize you wanted before you saw them. And they are the ones who fixes everything, including lunch here. So we are discussing how to make the agent work. This is a low-level, entry-level session that goes through all the pieces of agent, what happens when you run things in the agent. And if you have had one problem with the agent at any time, have you? I hope I will cover that specific scenario as well.
I have many.
Because
I don't know why.
Because the agent is, well, it's a mystery. It has its life of its own, runs things as it randomly feels that it should run them. And I've tried to do this session as clear and structured as possible, so you will actually recognize, aha, that is why. And in the end, we will hopefully fix your issues as well. And it is 3 separate things here: T-SQL jobs, command line, PowerShell jobs, and integration services jobs that we focus on here. There are a couple of other jobs as well, but I'm not going to do those types since we only have 60 minutes. So, first things first. When we set up a database, do you know who owns that database? This is not your normal, oh, I'm going to sit here this afternoon and relax. No. I'm going to ask you questions. And if nobody answers the question, I'm going to ask. So, who owns a database on premises when you create it?
Who the person that created it?
Probably the person that creates the database, yes. The login in the SQL server, that creates that database. And who owns a schema? Who owns an object? Well, the schema is owned by the person that is owning the database, unless you specify otherwise. And the objects are owned by the person that creates the objects, if the person doesn't own the schema or you specify otherwise. So even here we have, how does it fit together? And sadly, we can't seem to see how things work, really, not even here. And this is where I will do my first demo. And the demo looks like this. Do you see the letters here? Is it enough?
or I can see if I'm thinking that I can run this magic program here. Like this. So this is better, right? I've been doing some simple procedures that just gets security info from the database. And the security info, I have a rule, by the way, never code on demos. So I'm going to do some coding. One of them is this famous command, sys user sys name. So what am I really logged on to? Or what is the constant login name of the person that is logged in? So I'm apparently logged on as some kind of press Windows account in my webmaster machine. I'm getting more info. So the info actually looks like this in the database that is called me as sysadmin. So this was my original login, a Microsoft account, presentation at Wedam Solutions. And we recognize the suser S name here. This was the username. And the DB name and when I did this, of course. The username is pretty important because this is the context where the code is running. This is the server context where the code is running. And those are sometimes two different things. Let's see.
Can you enlarge it a little bit?
I will try.
I think with control and the wheel, you can enlarge.
I can do this maybe. I can do here. This is big. This is good.
Yeah.
Oh, that is also big. So this is perfect. So I'm getting the security info owner. I don't know what this is. So let's just run it. Original login, the same as usual, as you recognize. And this was actually a good tip to zoom in because then I didn't disclose. What is it running as? Same. DBO, me as sysadmin. Cool, right? Now the thing is here in this, when I do the get security info self, this is running as itself. Still same information, no difference. And I will promise you that if I run it as the employee user, it will also be the same, right? Well, no. Because this procedure, if you look at the code, this procedure has execute as employee. So I'm actually inside the store procedure, changing the execution context of the procedure. And this is kind of interesting because if I do this and run this removed user, this was a user that existed until 2 minutes ago before I started sharing the screen when I removed it from my system. And that means that this user is removed. You want to see an interesting thing? I have this database that is owned by me as an admin. Fine. I have a database also that is owned by this normal user, this employee user. I also have a database that is owned by the user that I accidentally removed. That is an interesting question. Is it okay with it? Let's see. Let's see the employee user first. So get security info in the database employee user. Run. So when you run it, it runs, of course, as me. It is my account that runs it. And then it is running as the caller. That is the default, as the caller. So I'm logged on as this account, and it's running as me. Nothing strange. When I run the other one, the owner, this is where it gets funky. So I'm running this, but I'm not running this. It is employee that is running this. So in this case, I will have a problem. Sometimes when I run code, it will run as me. And other times it will run as the person that owned the database or owns the database. And your question, should we answer it? Can I run code in the database that is owned by removed user? Yes. I am running the code. The code is running as caller, and the code is running as me. So it works. Yeah. And execute as owner? No. And this is really, really the most interesting part here, because have you ever done diagrams in SQL? Adding tables to diagrams, looking how nice the databases are. Look at this. Add a database diagram. This database does not have one or more of the support objects. Yes, I want to create them, and I come right in here to create a new database diagram. I'm going to close it and not save it. So let's go into the removed user, do the same thing. And this is only one of the many small, tiny things that doesn't work when you accidentally restore a database from a different domain, when you have a database that is owned by somebody that is removed, or other things happen with the user or user context. This is annoying. And that means that you have to go in here and change the owner to something smart. But wait, that means that you also make other things in the database not run as they used to. So you're changing code execution, you're changing who the code runs as, and could you imagine if the code runs as a user that owns a schema? That is also the schema, default schema for that user. Then you make the user go from this is running to this code cannot find this object. The object does not exist. And you go in and look and you see, yes, it exists, but you don't see it from the code because that code is changed. Super annoying, and you have to be really careful with this. So how should we solve this? Do we have a user that always exists? A user that you cannot remove? A user that is kind of have good rights? DBO, but that is a user in each database, right? And to what login in the world around it is that user connected? Because you want consistent behavior between all databases. So who should own all databases? I'm gonna give you a hint. See the name of the last database, the database we didn't check. DBSA. So what happens if we let SA own all databases? Then this one will work just as in every other database. This will work as intended. But this one, running as the owner, will be running in the context of SA. Thus, it will be running in the context of DBO in the database. And it will always work. And now we've opened, right? We've opened a security hole. We are using the magic SA command, and everybody says, oh, you are so hacked by everybody. But no. We are running code as SA because we are already inside SQL. SA is still disabled. So even though SA is disabled, we can execute code as SA in this. I'm not going to go deeper into this because this is a jungle of everything, I promise you. But it is important to know this. How is the database ownership? And we've seen that. How is the database ownership affecting your code? But equally important is schema and object ownership, because they also can change parts of your code, what it's running or what it's doing. So the with execute as is good, but sometimes you can actually get it to destroy your environment instead of making it better. That was the demo. So next thing, SSIS. No, agent with normal T-SQL. We've seen this. And I've been creating a bunch of jobs. You shouldn't feel sorry for me because I created them only once and then I scripted them. But still, doing, for instance, this job owned as me when I was logged in as administrator. So I logged in as a special administrator account, admin, and I set up some steps. So I'm running this pretty much, I'm running the get security info and the get security info owner in the DB SA, in the DB me as sysadmin, employee user, and removed user. And then I have a placeholder, end of job, just to be able to see that we got to the end, unless we didn't. Pick anyone between 1 and 8. I am telling the truth. Execute get security info owner against the me as sysadmin database. So they are configured correctly. That is a random sanity check for me, right? So let's run it. How does it run? Start job. And there we go. I'm closing it and hoping to view the history. Whoops. Something must have gone wrong. The owner admin of job SQL as me does not have server access. Come on. I am admin. I am a member. Oh, I know. I forgot something. Look here. I forgot to add the administrator's role into the sysadmin group. Oh, I forgot that. So should we do that? Right? A new login and Windows authentication, browse for groups. And I hope you don't mind. You can learn some Swedish while we're at it. So this is administrators, and I'm now adding the administrators to the server role sysadmin. Paranoid, scripting it, and then running it. Because this never works. You know why? This is a built-in security role, and naturally it is called built-in. And this is now the second time I'm doing code while demoing. And the second time it didn't go as good as the first time. Oh. Now we have the built-in administrators added to the sysadmin server role. And this is actually untested on this operating system. So it's going to be as interesting to you as to me. Run. Good job. And let's see. Exclamation mark. So it actually helped. But notice this. In some operating systems, like Windows Server 2022, you are not a member of the administrators group. If you are a member of the administrators group, you must also run as admin to make it work. Otherwise, it doesn't read your membership of the group. So sometimes this doesn't help. So, what didn't succeed? Obviously, the removed user as owner didn't succeed, and that was expected, right? Because that user is removed, it can't run in that security context. So let's see one of the other ones. Let's take number 4. Job as me as sysadmin owner. So what did it do? Oh, look here. Original login, NT service SQL Server agent. So it is running as the agent. The login that it runs as agent. And then the system user is prese, the presentation. That is me. And if you look at it, this is the database me as sysadmin owner. So let's just see the other one, me as sysadmin. And this is the strange part. Because here, when I tested the store procedures before, it was my account running this. And it was my account running the suser sname, the account that got the server rights. Now it's the SQL Server agent that is running that account. So we have changed the execution context of a procedure because we scheduled it in the agent. Let's see the employee user. Yes, we have the same thing. Server agent is original login. And SQL Server agent is the suser sname. The owner, well, as expected, the owner runs it as the owner of the database. So, what about SA? Same thing. Normally, the code runs as agent, but you can run the code in the SA context if you specify execute as. So what if it is run as a normal user? This is the case actually when you tell somebody, I'm telling Erland, without sysadmin rights, you will get some mini rights and you will create a job for me, please, because I don't want to take my time for it. And then you create the job, works fine. And I test the code inside the job, code works fine because it's running as me, right? And then We're running it in the agent. And you're soon seeing the very nice red thread of this. View history. And you see which one failed. The one where we run the code as the database owner and the database has the removed user as owner. Otherwise, all the code works, which is a bit scary because I can run code that runs in a database that can't be checked if it is valid because it has no owner. Adventure Works, anyone? Have you been downloading it, testing it? It has no owner. That is also the same thing. No owner, cannot be determined the owner, so it runs under either no security context or a failed security context. So, SA, of course, agent. Oh, interesting. Do you see the issue here? It is run by the SQL Server agent, but the system username is employee. Even though I specified that it's supposed to be run by the caller. If it's run by the owner, well, it's run by SA. But this was slightly unexpected. Because when I ran it before, it ran as me, right? Do you remember? Mm-hmm. Me as sysadmin runs as employee. That is expected because that's me. And here it runs, well, no, or yes, or no. This is not running a SQL agent. This is always running as employee. Let's look at employee. Employee is a normal user, and all normal users owning jobs have the jobs executing as themselves. All normal users being accidentally a member of sysadmin run the jobs in the context of agent security account. So that is why Erland, with his many rights, cannot run the job, because the job cannot be run under his security context. And we have two ways of fixing that. One way, Erland says, I don't have enough rights, and we give Erland sysadmin rights. Particularly with him, I would be kind of confident to do that on my server, but other consultants, not so. So the option is to take ownership of that job, to set that job as owned by an admin. You want to see the worst case? What happens when the job is owned by nobody, or the removed poor guy? Yeah. So this job is owned by the removed account. It is still the same, and we can run it just like this. And we recognize could not obtain information about the group user removed. So it can't even see that the job is supposed to be running because it has no way of getting information about that job. So problem number one solved. If you have an admin, a DBA on your company that does many things and create jobs sort of like this, new job and paste, and then create, oh, you see already here. Then if you wonder, true story, if you wonder, Why is Thomas Stark still active in the Active Directory 14 years after he left the company? Well, it's because all the scheduled tasks in all the SQL servers fail when we disable him in the Active Directory or remove him. So we have to restore him emergency to get everything to work again. True story, I've been sitting on a company for 3 months trying to sort out what Thomas Stark was actually doing everywhere, because he owns just about anything in the data platform. And he has another name. So that is the first thing. Do not own things if you plan to quit, or own everything if you don't want to get fired. I don't know which is best, but behaving good is probably better than the other way around. So I'm thinking, why not create a SQL login that owns everything? Like that. So this is a SQL login. Yeah, right. So nothing works. This is the first. So this job is owned by a SQL login, and yeah, what happened? Execute as login failed for the SQL login. Because, yes, we have a SQL login here, but it doesn't have any rights. So we need to set up the proper rights for this account to do whatever it's supposed to do. And this is one way to go at it if you're paranoid. So if you don't want to trust yourself, and you, I mean SQL Server. So if you say to yourself, I'm SQL, but scary, I have access to all my data. I don't want to run in the context of having access to my data. Then you can create a context where it runs, where it doesn't have access to anything else but the data that you want it to have. But of course, adding this SQL login and instead writing SA makes this like that. And if we see here, this is actually working as I would like things to work in my sad little world where SQL is everything. So what did it do? Well, regardless of here, I'm running in the context of the SQL agent. That is fine, because SQL agent is sysadmin. If I forget and accidentally run as owner, owner is running as SA, an account that can never, ever be removed. And everything else works as it's supposed to. It is running as the SQL agent or the stupid owner, SQL agent or the stupid owner, and the SQL agent, and the owner didn't exist. Yeah. So you know where we're getting at, right? See to it that all databases are owned by SA, because then the code is running in the context of your sysadmin. Comment?
Objection. No, my opinion of best practice is that each database should be owned by an SQL login that exists solely to own that database.
That is another opinion.
Yes.
And we don't have enough days in the week left to discuss that opinion. So since I'm sitting here and you're sitting there, I decide that my version works for most people. And if you need more security, of course, consult Erland, because he has a lot of security implications that makes things more secure. But in my opinion, it isn't making things more secure that causes most problem. It is just not knowing how things connect. Could we agree on that statement?
We can agree with this. I like that.
Perfect. So we have run these and we have seen that some of them work, some of them don't work, but all of them work as we expect after we've gotten the explanation on why they work as they are expected, right? So let's add some more fun to this. Was a run as good? Was a run as good inside the procedure? It worked. It failed where you remove the user, but it got a consistent behavior between manually running code and scheduling code. So if that is what you want, run as is really good. But if you want to have a consistent behavior for one thing where you can decide how it executes, you should avoid it. And that is also a matter of discussion, how you should run code, where you should put your efforts in the code. And of course, database context still applies, what database we're running it in. That was the demo. So next one, PowerShell command line. PowerShell and command line are the interesting part here because you can run code that runs in a command line that connects to a SQL from the command line. And that adds one dimension, one more step before you actually come into the SQL server. And it looks something like this. The console owned by admin is owned by admin, an administrative user. It is running one operating system command that, of course, is running SQLCMD execute the DBSA get security info. So, does it succeed? Yes. And I'm so happy that it did, because then I can show you what it actually was thinking about. Note, by the way, that all of these jobs were invoked by this presentation user. You can have them invoked by a presentation user or a schedule or a procedure that starts the job. But the parts inside it are executed still as the SQL Server agent, like that. So this was no difference. Do we agree? This is the normal security info, execute as caller, runs as SQL Server agent, runs as SQL Server agent against this database owned by SA. So ownership, we eliminate those problems with ownership right now. So console owned by employee. This was the thing that executed as the employee, right? And this would be considered a security risk to let somebody that isn't sysadmin run code outside in the operating system. For instance, format C:/U/Q and erase things or do stuff. So this is prohibited. And this is, by the way, default installed SQL, no security configurations done, nothing opened except for .NET Framework for SSIS. That is the only opening I did. Still invoked by me as in the administrator, the sysadmin of the machine. But since the non-sysadmins have been denied permission to run CMD exec, the step failed. So, what should we do? Anyone has a suggestion while I'm running the removed? Do you think it's the same message? Non-sys, no. This message is unable to determine if this is even allowed to do something. So it fails before it gets a step 1. You see? This fails before it gets a step, while this failed. It received a step and it failed inside the step. So what should we do? Should we grant this non-sys admin the right to run CMD exec jobs? You're shaking your head. Why? Feels like a bad idea, right? Giving people rights to do things. Yes, it's kind of a bad idea because that means that anybody can run things in the operating system that they're not probably supposed to do. But we have a second fallback thing here that we can do. Important part highlighted. Without a proxy account. So I would like for this to be run as some kind of special user that has right in the operating system. Accidentally, I created the admin here. The admin is created by entering the account name and the secret password in the SQL database. And then I can say, this is an operating system command. I want to have a proxy account. Running of DOS, operating system, and I am choosing the admin account. So far, so good. Console owned by employee. Steps. And this operating system thing, which we saw and we got proof from the user interface, is running from the SQL Server agent account if the owner of the job has permissions to run these jobs. But what happens now? Now I can run this, running of DOS. It's running the running of DOS instead. So I'm changing the security context of this operating system command. And, oh, you didn't think that would work, would you? Oh, I'm blocked because of a security risk, but I have the admin password, so I'm creating a workaround account and adding this to the job. And hopefully it will not notice that I'm trying to cheat. Of course it doesn't work. But this is actually something in the lines of Erland's comment before, to make things more secure. This won't work. We have to grant the proxy to subsystem and grant login to this. We have to do a bunch of stuff to make this work. But we now have a way of making this job more secure. Because this job is now running as an account, another account that has no rights. So this is a low-level account. And even if I say that this job, now I'm breaking my demos, so don't ask me to show you again, because this is the final demo. So this, when I start this job, owned by SA, it is running the CMD exec as the proxy account. And as you can see, it doesn't work. So even though it is run by the SA, you see here, it is executed by me, and the step, oh, did I use the wrong password? That is so annoying in that case. Should I change that? I could probably do that. I can't remove that, can I? I need to. Yes, I could. This is good. And admin. And I'm guessing my password is password. And let's try. If it doesn't work, I'm going to skip that part of the demo because it should work now. But it shouldn't work. But it shouldn't work from this reason. It shouldn't work from another reason. So let's see if it's the right reason. Yes. Now we have other issues that this proxy is not allowed to be used. So we have actually lowered the permissions for our SA account. So this job, if somebody is concerned that, oh, this job is actually running with too much user rights, we can lower the user rights for the job by setting it to run as a proxy user somewhere. Oh, wait. I just realized that the proxy is not updated because I removed it. I don't like leaving demos. Oh, nice. Alter failed because it removed that as well. So I need to do another one. And I'm calling it T. Operating system. And this is the last one, I promise. Run as this. And finally, it doesn't work. And if we look at the history, it doesn't work. Oh, because of the name thing again. So something is seriously messed up with my accounts, or I don't have rights. So let's fix this maybe by... No, it should be here because this one is a member. Let's do some kind of fake info here. This is something that is the solution to all problems, right? Adding users to sysadmin, but it still won't work because I am apparently skipping a step right now. And we have the same issue again with probably the password. Yes. So something is off. But the problem is that I need to fix this because this is command line PowerShell. I need to fix this due to integration services jobs being handled the exact same way. So let's see if I run my integration services thing here, connect to SQL, execute. Did I get the box? Yes, and then okay. Overview report, yes. And this is the perfect way of running an integration services package manually by me. Who was it that ran it? I said it was running manually by me. So who was it? Yes, the presentation account here, caller. Or was it? The presentation account, DBO, connected to master, originating from presentation web app solutions. So that worked. It worked running as me. So let's create an account. Well, annoying. Let's create a job instead. That is fun. So a new job where we test SSIS. Owned according to best practices by SA. And I'm adding a step that says run SSIS package and run as SQL agent service account. We have only one to choose from right now. And I'm running from my machine, browsing the SSIS catalog package here. Package started. View all executions. Caller, SQL Server agent. And like it said, SQL Server agent connected to master originating from NT service SQL Server agent. That is what was expected, right? You recognize the names because it is running as this account. And now cheating. I am looking into this code. I am quickly scrolling, disclosing all my secret passwords. And we have admin and the secret password is here. So this should actually work. Let's try it. I'm creating a credential that is called X, and it is my admin account, and the password is password. That password you saw is not suited for production, by the way. So I can do an SSIS proxy here, integration services. Of course, I can share proxies between things. But in that case, I think me and Erland agrees that we should probably not share proxies between different security things. Test SSIS, run the credential name called X, and I'm changing my job. Test SSIS job. The step is now running instead of SSIS or agent service account. I'm saying it's supposed to run in the security context of test SSIS. That means that every execution, regardless of owner and who does things, is running as the same user. And it failed, of course. And I wonder what made it fail. And it still says that the proxy is wrong, the username and or password is wrong. So what would have been the case here is that the user would have passed through and ran the package. So this part would have stated the admin connected to master, call originating from admin. But this part up here would still say NT service SQL Server agent, because that's who initiates things. So, what did we learn? SA is good if SA owns pretty much everything, because then you have a very consistent environment, but especially all jobs, because then you can control fully what the security context everything is running from. And if you manage your passwords well, not as me, the proxy accounts will actually work. You can give them the minimal amount of rights needed to run things. So that would be the two parts that is important. And as you have seen today, another event here, and the sponsors and Q&A. Do you have questions? Do you need to know anything more? Did you recognize any problem you had?
Actually, I'm not so deep in this area.
So you will find these things and you will remember, oh, wow, yes, this is why I know this one. That would be perfect.
I expect it from myself too, because I'm not the developer, but usually guys are solving some those problems. And they like, we did Google everything, so maybe I can help them.
That is perfect.
So one thing about why you should use proxy accounts is, nowadays when you have access to linked servers. Because if you have access to linked server, it's going to fail if you run it as a RAID, most likely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so when you need, every time you need to divide security concerns, to have some special login or special security, either process or other kind of requirement for security, you should run a proxy account. But they are only valid for CMD exec, PowerShell, and SSIS. So if you need to run transact SQL, the workaround is to run the transact SQL from a CMD exec prompt with the security. Because even though it has a run as in the job, the T-SQL run as is always empty because it relies on this execute as inside the code instead. Cool. And a minute to spare, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm going to end a couple of seconds early. Thank you.
You're not Russian?
I'm Bulgarian, but Andrei, да? Andrei. No, so sorry.
Okay. My name is Katerina Chernevsky. It's Artem Chernevsky. Okay.
The mic is kind of breaking.
Huh?
The mic is kind of breaking.
What breaking?
The microphone.
Microphone breaking?
Okay.
So. Okay, if you can help me with fixing this. So I know that I need to switch here audio. Okay, everything looks okay. Here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No?
Well, it kind of breaks, but you can continue with it. It's not that bad.
Of noise suppression. And that
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
It's a bit better.
A little bit better. Okay, so we can proceed.
Close and speak.
Okay. Okay, so I think that we can start. Just I need to close this one and switch to this one. Okay, I think we can start. Yeah. Cool. Hi everyone, my name is Kate, and today I'm happy to speak about Form Recognizer, Azure Form Recognizer, and how to use this feature with Dataverse. Okay, a little bit about myself. I'm a former Microsoft employee, and I have been working with Microsoft platform more than 15 years, so I have a huge experience, and especially with AI area. And thank you very much for all our sponsors that with help of which this can happen. And a small information about our agenda. So I'm going to talk about document processing automation today and show you a sample demonstration of one project. And then we will go deeper and see how you can configure Azure Form Recognizer services and use it in your automation for documents. Before we start, I would like to ask you what you think about document processing automation. When somebody tell these 3 words to you, what came to your mind? Okay.
Well, it's quite important for the accountants, for the payroll. Yeah, it's quite a critical component of every single business model.
Yes, and what kind of documents keep in your mind when you're thinking about document processing?
Well, most of the time invoices, yeah, and like reports coming from different sources. It's not like pictures of the actual documents.
Yes, so you're thinking about something that you receive from someone, and you can extract information from these documents, right?
That's right.
Yes, cool. It is a part of answer because we always forget about the second part when we need to create some documents. And when we need to create some documents, we need to get information from somewhere, and we do it manually for most of time. But this is another case where you can use automation processes as well. Today we are going to see how to work with the first part. When you receive documents, you extract some data and you can store this data somewhere. So, document processing, it is very simple when we starting to think about it, but in fact, it is more complicated scenario, more complicated process, because we can split 3 main topics: pre-processing, processing, and post-processing. And in which topics we have a huge amount of work which we need to do to make this happen and to make it works correctly. For example, for pre-processing, we need to identify which inputs we have, how we collect information. For example, someone sends us email with documents, or we have a portal for our suppliers, for an example, where they can upload documents, or even we use RPA tools to collect together all information. Then we need to understand how we verify this information, because we have a lot of emails, and we need to identify the appropriate emails to extract PDF, for example, files, and extract information from these PDF files, and etc., etc. For processing stage, we need to understand which AI services we need to use. Today, I'm going to talk about Azure Form Recognizer, but it is only one service that we can use. And this service is more suitable, for example, for PDF files, for doc files, for some information that you receive in JSON files, etc. But for example, if you are working with images, like with photos, with pictures, it might be better to use computer vision, for example. So there are a lot of different options that you can use for processing. So once you identify appropriate AI services that you need to use, then you need to do a lot of work for creating an AI model, for training this model, to identify that this model is working correctly, and then you need to implement this model, AI model, to your entire process and verify that it works correctly. And you need somewhere to store extracted data, and this storage should be secure, scalable, and meet your requirements. So this is about processing. And of course, we have post-processing. We need to understand what we will do with extracted data, because it is not only, the task is not only to extract data. We need to do something else with this data. So we need, for example, to make approval process and involve this data in the approval process. Or we need to automate payments. If we are talking about invoice, we need to automate post processes after we extract this data. So it is a complicated process, and today we are going to focus on the second stage, processing, and on the AI service, which is Form Recognizer. Okay, and I promised that I would like to show you a sample of some kind of a real project that we provide to our customer. It is a demo solution. So what we did for this customer, for pre-processing, we identified that we have two main triggers. One of the trigger is invoices that the company get from email, and the second trigger was external portal for clients, where client could upload these documents, and all this information collected in the Dataverse database, and then we triggered the Power Automate workflow to trigger Azure Form Recognizer AI model and extract necessary data. Meantime, we store PDF files in SharePoint space. It was just because they need to store all the documents and allow someone with different licensing type to use these documents. And when we extract all data from the documents, from invoices, we store in both Dataverse and in SharePoint to allow everyone to work with this data. And in the final stage, we visualize this data in Power Apps application to allow users not only to see this data, but also to interact, to edit the data. For an example, if they receive invoice with incorrect number of price, they can edit in Power Apps, and this will reflect it in our data sources. So let me show you how this could work. First of all, let me open Outlook, and let's send an email. Let's see, we are a supplier and we would like to send an email to our demo account. This is, let's say, our target company. We need to add an invoice. Let's find this one, and we need to add a subject. For an example, let's say purchase order. Okay, and let's send. Everything is okay. This email was sent, and now magic is happening. So on the background stage, our process identified that we received any email, and trying to extract data. This is Power Apps application where everything will be visualized after processing will be completed. So we can refresh. Now we see that we have the new invoice, and now processing is in progress. Once the processing will be complete, we will see this succeeded status, and we can work with this information. For example, I can show you one of example that we extract earlier. So we extract information about the client, about the ship to, about vendor, order information, and all items. And of course, we can edit this. For example, we can put here two. We would like to purchase two these products, and everything changes. If we are going to our home page and refresh, and we see that this processing complete. And if we are going to our invoice, we see that all information was extracted. So it works quite quicker, without any manipulation and without any errors from the human side. So now I would like to show you how we can configure parts of this project if you don't have any questions. No. Okay, so let's proceed. Let's go to for a while to the presentation. And the first demo that I would like to show you how to configure Azure Form Recognizer service. For complete this stage successfully, we need to care about 4 steps. First of all, we need to create Azure Form Recognizer service in the Azure portal. So let's go to our Azure portal and let's press create a resource. And here we have 2 options. We can create Azure Cognitive Services resource, which include several services, or we can create Azure Form Recognizer service directly. Let's find Form Recognizer, this one, and we press create button. This is typical exercise for creating services in the Azure portal, nothing special. So we need to select Azure subscription. We need to select or create a new resource group. We need to select our region where we would like to store our service. We need to fill in name for our service, and we need to select the price tier. For testing purpose or for not big amount of documents that you need to process, it is enough to use F0 tier, which is free, or you can use standard tier. So we have 2 tiers. I'm not going to create Azure Form Recognizer service just because I already have one and we do not need to spend time. So I have my Form Recognizer resource group, and here I have Form Recognizer resource. Here we are. Regarding price tier, this one, what is the difference between F0 and S0? The difference is that we have limitation for 20 calls per minute for Recognizer API for free tier. So it would not be enough for small amount of documentation. And the cost for S0 is 42 euro per 1,000 pages. So it is quite a good price. Okay, once we complete with creating Azure Form Recognizer service, we need to do 2 additional steps before we starting to train and create our AI model. We need to create a storage account, and we need to create a container in this storage account. Why? Because Azure Form Recognizer, when we create a model and train this model, it uses this storage account and this container to store information, to store files, labels, etc., etc. So that's why we need to create this. Without creating storage account and container, we could not proceed in Azure Form Recognizer Studio to create and train our model. So how to create storage account? Again, go to Azure portal and press here, type here, storage account. We open storage accounts page and we see which storage accounts we already have, and we can create a new one very simple, and it is again straightforward. We need to fill in all information, but here I would like to pay your attention that performance should be standard for your test purposes. If you will go to production and need low latency for your service, you can switch to premium. But for start, it is enough to use standard. And I already have storage account as well in my resource group. So I have 2 of them. And what I need else, I need to configure cross-region resource sharing. Why? Because if you are going to use this Azure service somewhere else in other domains, you will need to configure this. Otherwise, this service won't work for you. For example, if you create any web app application that will make requests to your Azure Form Recognizer services, without configure cross-region resource sharing, you will get an error. So how you can do this? You can open your storage account and go a little bit down. Here, resource sharing. And what you need to do here, you need to allow this resource, Form Recognizer, Applied AI Azure.com. You need to select all 8 methods. If you expand this drop-down field, you see that everything is selected. And headers, you need to put asterisk and max age 120. So that's how you can configure this one. And in your storage account, you also need to create a container. So storage account is something that store containers, and files will be storing in the containers. So without containers, let's say without folders or areas, we can't proceed. So you will need to create a container with public access level container. Again, it is very simple. Go up, go to containers, and in a storage account, you can create different containers. I already have one. So now we have all these 3 points completed, and we can proceed with creating our model and train it. How we can do this? Again, go back to our Azure portal, open Azure Form Recognizer service, and press try it. This will open for you Form Recognizer Studio. It is a very good option to start if you are not familiar with Azure Form Recognizer. It is a good option to start creating model because it has graphical design without any code. Everything that you will need to do will be like a drag and drop. Okay, I hope that my services won't take day off for today and everything will be okay. So here you see some pre-built models that you can already use. What does that mean? Pre-built models is something that Microsoft created for you, and you can just try it, send something like invoices, receipts, business cards, etc., and see how data will be extracted. For initial stage, it could be enough. But if you would like to create your custom model, for example, you have your own invoices, you need to go here, custom model, open. And we have 2 options. We have template for custom form, and we have narrow custom document. The difference is that template for custom form is suitable for semi-structured or structured documents like invoice, purchase orders, something like this. And this one, it is better for example, agreements with text. We are going to create custom form. I already have one, but let me show you how to create a project. Before we will start to upload any templates and teach our model and train our model, we need to create a project. To create a project is 4 steps. First of all, let's call this project, let's say, my first project. You can fill in also description, press continue. Here we need to select our service. This is our Azure Form Recognizer service that we created earlier. Select a subscription, we have only one. Select resource group, you need to remember in which resource group you created your Azure Form Recognizer service. And we can select this one. And what is main point here, you need to select a general available option, because if you will select preview one, you can experience some issues when you will try to automate these processes. So select general availability. This is from August. Okay, we can continue. And here we need to connect to training data sources. This is our containers that we created. Again, select subscription, select resource group. I created in the same resource group. And here we need to select a storage account. One thing that I would like to share, that if you create storage account right now, you will need to wait some time because it does not appear immediately. So you will need to wait some minutes. This storage account was created a while ago, so I can select one. And blob container, again, if we create only storage account without any container, so we will see empty here and our continue button will be disabled. So we need to select container. And we can say continue, review, and if we would like to proceed, we can say, okay, create my project. Everything creating, and you can notice that CORS notification was checked as well. And here we see some predefined documents, but it is not predefined by Microsoft, it is my documents. Why? Because I used the same container that I used for my previous project. So I have two projects. This one I created earlier. And these files, no, not this. These two files came from my previous project. What we can do this? Let me open my previous project. First of all, we need to remember that to train our model, we need at least 5 documents. So if you have less, you won't be able to train your model. So you need to get 5 different documents. And it will be better if for these documents you will have different information in maybe different places to train your model more accurate. What we need to do here, we need to create labels. For an example, we can press this button and select which kind of label we would like to create. In my sample, I have a string. For an example, I have string for supplier name. I have string for invoice. And I have a table because items in my invoice will be in table, and this will be dynamic table. If I have 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows, does not matter. Everything in this table will be identified. For example, here I have 3 rows. Somewhere I have 4 rows. Everything is okay. Once I identify all these labels, I can press train button. For training purpose, it took from several minutes to several hours. So this model is already trained for this session, but you need to train. Once you train, you will see your trained models here, and you can go and see the accuracy of this model. If you are not happy, you can go to label data, maybe browse and upload some additional documentations, invoices or something like this, and provide more data, and again press train. So these are our models. Once we have models, we can test. For testing purpose, we can again browse and select a file. Oh, let's select any files. So for an example, let's select salmon invoice, choose file. Oh no, not choose, add file. And we can press analyze. Here we select a test model. For an example, we now analyzing with this model. If we have several models, we can select here another one and analyze this document with another one. And based on accuracy of the model, we can see how it will be in our automation process later on. Okay, we can see that for a supplier, for invoice number, and for items, this table, everything identified as we need. And now we can proceed with next steps. So this was a first option that we need to do, how we can configure Azure Form Recognizer. Now, what we need to do in our process, we need to automate our extraction and storing information in our databases. For this purpose, you can use Power Automate, you can use Azure Logic Apps, whatever you want. And here is a very simple process that I would like to share today with you. First of all, before we are starting, it is nice to explore the API details that Microsoft provides for us. I put here a link and we can explore here. When Microsoft will publish a new Form Recognizer service, you will see the changes here. What is the main information in this page for us? This is a request URL. We will need to use this one in our automation process, for example, in Logic Apps or in Power Automate. And we will need to identify some parameters. Parameters are not required except of model ID. And we see which headers we need to put in our automation. And some additional information, a little bit at the top. We see that for analyze, we have two requests. First request is analyze document, and the second request is get analyze results. Because when we just analyze document, the result of this analyzing is storing in the location of the containers. So, and we need to make the second request to this container and to get these results to our, for example, Power Automate flow or Azure Logic Apps, and then we will be able to proceed with this data, for example, to store them in the Dataverse or in other data sources. Okay, so let's create Azure Logic Apps and go to Azure portal, press Logic Apps and go here, and we have some Logic Apps as well. We can create a new one. To create, again, we need to select partner network. We need to select a resource group. Let's select this one. We need to provide Azure Logic Apps. For example, my first flow. We need to select region. For example, West Europe. And here we need to select a plan type, standard or consumption. I would suggest to use a consumption plan because it is a little bit cheaper and you will pay only per your consumption. And this disable, and we can press this one button and create. So the service Logic App will be for us, and once it will be created, we can proceed to create actions. Go to resource and go to designer. Loading. Here we can create our flow based on any templates, but I prefer to create from scratch and to set up all trigger and actions manually. So in our example, I'm using as trigger that some document will be uploaded in SharePoint. You can use your trigger, for example, getting email, uploading on portal, etc., etc. So let's see which SharePoint folder we can use. I already created document processing library, so I'm going to use this one for my flow. And the first action should be a trigger, which will launch our flow, and the trigger will be when a file is created, and we will be using only properties only. So let's go here. Let's select SharePoint directory. SharePoint. When a file is created, properties only. Okay. Then we need to select our SharePoint site, this one, and SharePoint library, document processing library. Okay, so our trigger is ready. We can't proceed before we get a file content, because with file content, we will working this file content we will send to our Azure Form Recognizer and analyze this file content. That's why we need a second option, second action here, get file content. Okay, new option, again SharePoint. Okay, let's go to standard connectors. This one. So get file content. This one. And again, let's provide the file to our directory, def. And file identifier we will get as a dynamic content from our trigger. This one. Okay, so we get this content. What we need to do next, we need to create an HTTP request. Why? Because the standard action for Logic App or for Power Automate is working for previous version of Azure Form Recognizer. But if we are using the version 3, we can make request only using this action, HTTP request. And let's go back. HTTP. This one and this one. And here we need this information from this site. This link. Let's firstly copy this link and paste in method will be post for the first request and paste here. And we need to replace some part of this link. First of all, we need endpoint. Endpoint we can find in our Azure Form Recognizer. Let's go to portal again. In our Azure Form Recognizer services, let's go here. Keys and endpoint, go here. And this is our endpoint. Copy. And replace this part with our endpoint. Then form recognizer, okay, documents model, okay, and then we need model ID. Model ID we can take from our form recognizer studio, this one. If we are going to models, we can see all our models and this model ID. And based on our preferences, which model is more accurate, we can select one of them. So let's see this one KCH. Okay, and what we need to do, we need to analyze API version, the last one. Okay, cool. Now we need to also add headers. Content type, Ctrl-T, Ctrl-V. Content type should be one of these, based on which document you are going to analyze. We are going to analyze PDF, so then we need to select this application /PDF. Go here, /PDF. And also we need to provide key. Key we can get again in the Azure Form Recognizer services here, where we get endpoint. Here are our two keys. We can copy first one and put here. And one last thing, we need to provide body. Body for our request will be our PDF file, but we need to apply binary function to our content because we can send in this format to form recognizer. Otherwise, we will get an error as well. Okay, so go here, go to expressions, binary, and dynamic content we will get from our second action, get file content. Okay, so we now create this one HTTP request, and let's see how it works. Why? Because we will need some information for our second HTTP request. So let's save. And let's, for example, upload a file here. Let's say second one. Yes, and let's trigger our flow. And we'll see if we do not miss anything, everything should be okay, and all steps, yes, they complete successfully. What we will need for our second HTTP request, this operation location, because here in operation location, we will have this value where our data are storing. So to get results of this request, we will need this information. So go to designer, copy this one, operation location, copy, go to designer. And now one trick that I have here, I put also delay. Why? Because Azure Logic Apps is so faster, and if we want to wait until the first request will be completed and send the second one request, we will not get information. So let's make a delay. So delay. Delay. Let's say 30 seconds, it will be enough. And let's create the second one request. The second one request will be with get. And let me remind me URI. I will see the URI in my another flow. So basically, URI will be operation location. Why I need to open here? Because if we are going just to dynamic content, you won't see here operation location. Why? Because operation location is under headers. And what you need to do, the first option, if you have a sample like mine, you can copy this, paste in the expression here, and just delete these brackets. And everything is okay. Okay, so this will be operation locations. And what we need also, we will need this key. As we had here, headers. So we don't need any content type anymore. We just need this one. And what we need here, nothing. Okay, let's save. And now we will need to trigger again because we will need to see what results we will have. And based on these results, we will be able to create a parse JSON action. But for parse JSON action, we will need this schema. And to get this schema exactly what we will have, we need to run our flow. So let me upload another document. Let's say the first one. Okay. And let's trigger our flow. Okay, refresh, running. Go to this. We have delay, 30 seconds, so we need to wait.
So what we're waiting, is there a difference between the logic apps and using Power Automate, or in this case it's the same thing?
In this case, it is the same thing, yeah. Only one thing is the different, I would say, the name of apply to each. Yeah, because in the Power Automate, it causes a little bit difference, so I need to pay attention while we are waiting. Yes, this is applied to each, and in Logic Apps it is slightly different. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So this HTTP trigger action completes successfully, and what we need here, we need to copy this body, because in this body we have everything, and this body we will pass in our parse JSON action to parse this information and be able to store somewhere in Dataverse in our case. Okay, so go to designer. And now we are able to create 2 additional actions, and we will complete our first process. So parse JSON. This one. For content, it will be body from HTTP2. So this one. And to create schema, let's use this one. Passed out JSON, done. Everything is okay. And we need one additional action. We need to store this information in our database. So we can use this add a new row. Environment select if you have any environments. So the dev one. Table. So I prepared a table. Let me check. Invoice item. This one we are going to use in our Azure Logic Apps. Invoice items. This one. And let's say that we are going to store the name. It will be our supplier. What we need to do firstly, let's open this one and see how our JSON schema looks like. So just passed. You see that there are a lot of data that was extracted. Besides of labels that we created for our model, automatically there are a lot of data extracted as well. So let's close this one and go. For an example, we don't need pages, we don't need tables. We need documents, and inside of documents we can see that invoice number, we store this, we store supplier, and we store information about items. So for all items we see information not only about, for example, the value, we also see where this is located for future needs. Because we have information about supplier inside of documents, we can't refer just directly to supplier. We can try, or not supplier, maybe invoice number. It will be easier. Let's try to find invoice number. And look, if I click on invoice number, it is for each loop cycle appear. Why? Because we can have a multi-pages document, and for each document, information will store separately. So in this case, we need to analyze separately. And a little bit trick here, invoice number. Again, let's go to my previous flow. Because we have this hierarchy, we need to specify which information we would like to see. Okay, designer. Again, we can copy, and now I will explain what we are copying here. Go to expression, past, and delete these brackets, this one. So we do not need just invoice number, because for invoice number we store value string, we store some additional, let me show you. So we store value string, we store content, we store some additional information, and we need to specify for invoice number which information we need to extract. That's why we can't put only invoice number. We should refer to which value we would like to extract from invoice number. And in our case, it is value string. So I put OK and press save. And let's see how it works. Okay, let's upload another file. Let's say invoice 3, this one. Open. Okay. And let's trigger outflow. Successfully. Let's wait. And while we are waiting, let's open this table. Here we will see information from extracting invoice. So the last one is 597. And let's see what we will see here. Okay. 2 seconds. And everything looks okay. Which value we should see? Again, this one. So the last one was at 5 p.m. I think now it will be 5 with something p.m. Yes, and everything is okay. 597. So we store this information. This flow could be created in Azure Logic Apps or in Power Automate. Just this is for each, and Power Automate apply to each. This is a difference in this kind of flow. But all these actions are available in Power Automate as is, so nothing changes, especially in HTTP request. Nothing changes because we refer to AI documentation, this one. Okay, so let me share with you some takeaways. How to make it happen if you would like to automate processing in your organization. It is not like I create just one simple flow and that's it. No, as we discussed previously, document process automation includes 3 main steps with all sub-steps. And what first step in this project, which you need to start with, is discovery phase. You need to understand which processes you have, with which documents you are working, what are the triggers, what are the document types, how you can identify which documents should be processing, which should not, etc., etc. When you're ready, you can go to POC phase and identify which technologies are appropriate for you, what you would like to test, which capabilities you would like to test. You need to create a focus group who will involve in this testing scenario and then implement this POC for a small group of people, and then test it and, of course, train people and collect this information. Based on this information, you can proceed with following steps and discuss how you would like gentlemen, maybe you will use these technologies as you used for POC, or you would like to create another one POC to explore some additional information. Once you're already with implementation stage, you can scale this solution to entire organization, and don't forget about training people to use the new technology, the new system, and support them, continue support during this whole process. And this is our upcoming event. And again, thanks for sponsors. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer you. Thank you.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that, you know, we're never, you know, tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to, you know, a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datus because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, yes, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
and we will do this very interactive with everyone. So first of all, let's make sure that this is running. Confirm that this is okay. And am I visible? Is this okay? Everything okay? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So welcome everyone. This is going to be the last session. And because all the sessions are slightly late, we will try to do a bit less time on this session. We also have a smaller break. So we'll try to do it dynamically. We might still have some people joining us, let's hope. But in any case, I will try to show you a few things about accessibility, but actually explain the big picture and explain why everyone needs to know about this. So every developer, everyone that works directly or indirectly with IT, commercial people, etc., everyone should know about these kind of things, because these are not things that you are required to spend money on. This is free, but this is like, let's consider it life advice that you can give to people so that you can change your behavior a little bit and actually make it better for everyone, okay? And you do that with technology. So let's have a look. And apologies if I sit down a bit and get up and things like that. It might happen. I do apologize if that's going to be the case, but this is a strange setup. And remember, everyone is back in person again. So before we were in person, everyone just had a computer. They would present duplicates to the screen. Everyone was happy. From the last 2 years, everyone got used to having a secondary screen. Okay, it's a problem because you get used to something and suddenly it goes away and you are missing that, and it's very difficult. So I will try to have 2 screens because I miss the extras. I have some things to copy paste from one side to the other, but I will try to do it like this. And Mark and I yesterday, and you did this today, we tried to do that with looking at the screen. Sometimes it doesn't help. If you have an extra screen, that helps. So the thing is, the technology can help you solve a small problem and not hurt your neck in this case, right? But also consider this. There are situations where people have other types of problems. This is solvable very easily. You duplicate the screen, get an extra screen. But there are situations which we'll talk about that you cannot duplicate, okay? So first of all, welcome everyone. So welcome is the symbol that looks something like this, if I'm doing this correctly. So it's a welcome symbol. And this is, okay, I'm freezing, okay, not sure. That symbol might be something else without the movement, I'm not sure. But let me just say one thing which is very important. This symbol here, plus the other ones like thank you, hello, etc. Hello is always like this, we know, right? It's the Vulcan way, everyone knows that this is hello. But the thing is, every other gesture that you have different ones for American, you have different ones for the UK, you have a different one for Portuguese of Portugal, Portuguese of Brazil. So these are different. Some of the words might be similar. So I think that this one and the last one I have in the last slide are fairly similar in like 20 something languages. So this is okay. But if you say thank you very much, you just go like this. It's not the proper word, but this becomes universal. So even if you do some kind of symbol which is not 100% correct, someone who actually knows sign language might be okay with you. However, if you actually work with someone who has a problem with hearing, it's always a good idea to learn a few gestures like hello and thank you, etc., because it makes it more inclusive for everyone. Okay, you're not going to learn the whole alphabet. You're certainly not going to learn how to write all of the letters with your fingers, especially because it's even worse. The alphabet is different again when I mentioned in all of the different alphabets from all of the different countries. That is a problem, because I would say if all of this is the same, I would learn it. I would be really happy to learn it. But I go to a different country every time. I might be insulting someone by doing a gesture that is okay in one language but not okay in a different one. Okay, usually that specific one which has a middle finger, it's not really a problem in any language, but I've done things that people get very upset about.
Actually, in the Arab world, this is pretty much equal to the
insulting. Oh, okay, I did not.
And that's part. A friend of mine was in Afghanistan and then Iraq, and in Iraq they had he's a military guy. And they had like an introductory course, what not to do, and one of the things is don't assume that everybody thinks that this means okay. It means up your butt.
Okay, because we also have, this is the symbol of two, right? Most people have two, but if you go to certain countries like the UK, if you do this, but the other way around, it's actually what you just said.
The French used to cut the fingers of the archers when they catch English people, so they were used before battle. Come and get them.
So but this is different. But I'll give you an example which is very specific here to Bulgaria. So in a traditional Bulgarian scenario, when you say yes, you say like this. When you say no, you say like this, right? It's the opposite. And I can tell you that this is very confusing. It wasn't confusing here when this happened to me the first time, because then again, I'm the speaker. If you just do it like this, I might be a bit upset, but I'm just presenting the session. But this happened to me in India. And that's even worse because the symbols, you might already know this. So if you do it like this, it's not a yes, it's an acknowledge. Okay, like this, it's a yes. And no, I discovered it the bad way, but let's not focus on that story. But the thing is, everyone is different. Okay, so we cannot have expectations if we go to different. In a universal scenario, in a more like global scenario, we cannot have these kind of expectations, okay? But let's try some things which are a bit easier. One of them is the subtitles here. So Marco also used subtitles in his session, and I do apologize, I'm not going to show you every time, so if I do a demo, this will actually disappear. Where does this come from? PowerPoint, okay? So I'll actually show you my PowerPoint and tell you exactly where you can find it. And if for some reason you need to interact with someone, even if you don't have a PowerPoint, you can actually say always use subtitles, and then subtitle settings. Wait a minute. Oh, apologies, I cannot click it now because it's running. Okay, but you have an option saying which language are you speaking? Which language do you want to present there? So not only will that convert the texts, it will also move the text to the right language. So that will be both scenarios, which is good. Now, one of the things that you have in modern technologies, which is called Microsoft Teams, is that you can actually go and click the turn on live captions option, which allows you to have subtitles. And nowadays, subtitles can actually be in different languages, etc. These are new and these are coming out. But when I created the slide for the first time, this was, I don't know, a year ago maybe, it was only available to just transcribe exactly what you just said. But nowadays, you can even convert to different languages. So it's even better nowadays, okay? So these kind of small things, which are literally free, here on PowerPoint, etc. If you go to bing.com/translator, for instance, which does any kind of translation that you want, it's amazing. You can just translate things, although that one is manual, of course. But you also have things like the translator from the cognitive services, which you can call a web service, which is literally what's happening here. You go to cognitive services, you call a web service, and you say, here's my original text. You don't even have to specify the original language if you don't know. It's better if you do, because they will save time and they will, for instance, sometimes a word in Portuguese and Spanish means the same. Maybe the accentuation might be different, but then when you listen to audio, convert to text and send it there, it might not transcribe correctly. So if I'm speaking Portuguese or Spanish, sometimes they will detect it wrongly if there aren't enough words to make a reasonable difference. Okay, this happens. So if you can immediately specify what the language is, it makes it much faster to solve all of these problems. Okay, so this is an option, but of course we're not using Teams. We are in the real life. So I've added these ones here, which is the only option I have available now. Okay, so a few things to consider. We have my cats, and yes, I miss my cat in remote sessions. And next up, I just want to tell you a bit about me. So I'm the crazy guy that does all of this. And why is this so relevant for this session? Because all of this is wrong, okay? This is all very fun. You go to a session, there's a lot of things. You dress up like James Bond, you do all of that kind of thing. But if you have vision problems, what color is this? Red. Are you sure? FF0000? Right? Okay, well, probably a bit darker than that. But not a lot of people, not all the people will say that this is red, okay? So if you add it to the light, suddenly, you might consider that this might be a bit more yellowish. Depends on how it's focused. We don't know. It depends on a lot of factors. But the truth is that There's a lot of people who are daltonic, so they don't see the reds. But you might think that this is only that color, but there are people who do not see other colors as well. So we cannot have expectations, okay? These are different colors because some of the eyes do not have the necessary things. For instance, not to make a comparison, but if you have a bull, very typical in Portugal and Spain, if you have a bull, they are focused on certain colors, like the reds and stuff like that, because that's detectable. A cat also detects like the red laser, but completely ignores a green laser because it's not a thing for them. Okay, it's just different. Okay, and with humans, this is the same thing. We have specificities. Most people will see the full RGB, other people will see a limited subset of that, but that's okay, right? So if you always work with a close set of people, let's say you need to design an application to work in a company, and some people do not see red. That's fine. You don't write reds. But what if you have an application that you need to provide to the whole world that some people who do not see reds need to use it, some people will not see blue, need to use it, or green, or whatever the color is. That can be a calamity. How do you solve it? Well, an easy way is if it's a website, you have different CSS and you have options that's with the cookie, a cookie will specify what kind of CSS coloring you can do. If you go to the Azure portal, you can have a white screen in the background with black letters, or blue in some cases, blue background. But you can also have the inverted, so black background with white letters, or even yellow letters. There's a lot of different options. Why? Because they felt that it's at least necessary to have 3 or 4 different types of colors so that everyone is on board with this, okay? If you design an application, consider that as an option, okay? One of the things you might consider is if you have a white background and a black text, so normal, normal kind of thing like this would be fine in most cases, right? Most people will read this. It's a very big contrast. Most people will read it. Other people might read bold, for instance, because this might not be enough. Definitely this color is not good. This font is not good. So adding that to bold might be better. The type of font that you use will also be a problem, because if you go for a font like this is crazy. Okay, it's very difficult to use. Okay, if this one, okay, the problem here is the actual screen. Don't worry, the resolution. But this one is even worse. Come on, this is like old school thing. So if this is supposed to be funny, like in a film, etc., you are okay with it. In most cases, this is okay. But in a normal scenario, real life scenario, we'll spend a lot more time trying to read this. Even myself that actually wrote this thing, I have to spend more time reading this than if I read this in Arial or Times New Roman or, I don't know, a normal font, right? And if things go wrong, and this is my next slide, this is actually the title slide, just write it in Courier New or something that has spacing of the letters, okay? Now, I don't have a photo here. I do apologize for that. For some reason, I took a photo, but then the photo kind of disappeared. Yesterday, or the day before, I'm not sure, I was in Stansted Airport. I'm not sure if you've ever been there, but if you ever go there, when you are inside waiting for the airplane, there's like normal screens like this, but vertical, that give you the flights. But there's a big, huge one that's actually round. And that one has all the flights. The problem is that all of the letters are so close together. So the font is not as big as this. The font is like half the size in terms of horizontal. So they shrunk the whole thing. They removed all the spaces. And even if you know where your flight is going, it's very difficult to read. So I can read Sofia because I know that there's a town called Sofia where I'm going to. But if I try to read any of the other ones, like Munich and bigger letters, I'm going to look there, and because of my general knowledge, I might be able to understand what the city is, but not directly. So I'm actually having an effort, because remember, when you are reading things like this, the first thing that you see here is that, yeah, there's an ugly face here, yeah. But the thing you see here is that this is actually very simple text, white on black, okay? What's the thing that confuses you the most? If you look, if you move your hands very quickly, you'll notice that this is stressful. Okay, this is here deliberately. Okay, this was actually from a different conference. I gave this as an example, so I decided let's just keep it as an example. Actually, a bad example in this case. Okay, so this part here is bad. This one is okay. That one has a different color, but it's the official branding, etc. But it's not that extreme. But if you are here, you already know that you are in that event, so it's not that much of a problem. But this part here, like text, etc., that needs to be better and with good fonts. This one is actually a special case that I want to mention. I actually have a slide for that later, so I'll bring that up in a second. Okay, but remember, in terms of fonts, choosing the right font is also important. Okay. Anyway, thank you very much for the sponsors. What am I doing wrong here? What am I doing wrong here? So what's the first thing that you notice here that's wrong?
It's all logos.
Yeah, that's kind of required. Sadly, that's kind of required. They pay for the food, right?
You put in some funny thing in the background.
Background, exactly. That confuses everyone. So this background is nice, like in a scenario where robots take over the world, kind of sci-fi thing. But for here, this is terrible. Okay. So yes, that's one example. I actually thought, let's fix all of this and make a nice session. But I kind of considered when I did the session for the first time, and I thought, I do so many things wrong, so let's just keep them wrong and explain that they are wrong. Because if you see the wrong things, you can detect them and see, okay, this is wrong. How do you fix them? Yeah, put a white screen. Is that nice to show? Yeah, you can guess what would be expected with a white screen, right? But to actually show you the wrong things might help you understand what kind of things you should avoid, okay? So for instance, a few years ago, I was actually working, doesn't matter where, I had to write something on a website, and I wrote it in red letters, okay? Why? Because that's the way that you do it in websites. If there's some information at the last minute that you have to show everyone in a different color to tell them this changed, please pay attention to this, red is the typical color. Same way you have blue for the links, it's convention, okay? Is it a good idea? Well, I put it in bold to help a bit. Is it a good idea to someone who cannot see the reds? The answer is no, it's not a good idea. Okay.
But then, so for not seeing the red, the normal color blindness is you cannot distinguish between red and green.
Okay. So that could also be an issue as well. By the way, when we talk about computers, let's say, and this is good to mention, when we talk about computers, if you have a Windows 10, Windows 11, whatever, most of these computers, if you have that problem, even on a cell phone, even cell phones have this, if you have that kind of problem, you can automatically set your phone that every time you see a certain color, you convert to a different color that you can read. You have less resolution. You don't see all the colors in the sense of understanding the differences, but at least you do see all of the, let's say, texts and things like that. That's the important part. So my biggest issue with this is that for here, there's actually too much data here. So this is a generic problem with slides. There's too much data here, so it gets confusing. But the most important problem is, of course, here the background. Coca-Cola, the actual title. Sorry for attacking the sponsor logos for a bit. This is around for 100 years, so whoever invented this is dead by now, so no problem. But of course, the actual text is difficult to read. If you come from a different alphabet, like Oriental or something like that, this text, this is cursive, it's more difficult to read. Same way as here, this part is okay, but this part is very small. Is it supposed to be small? Probably, but the letters are very condensed. Okay, so it's a bug, but this is okay. Others are just normal logos, so nothing wrong with most of them. This is the only thing that I detected, but it's not serious. So everyone knows what Coca-Cola is, and in that case, that part is not the logo part; it's the extra part. So it's not as bad as that. But everything can be fixed. Anyway, just to very quickly mention all of the things that we have for inclusion in the European Union especially, okay, but not just, but then we go into practical stuff. This is more theory, apologies for that, but still very interesting. So first of all, there has been a European initiative. I cannot figure out what the exact year was, but in the early 90s, I was seeing this already, okay? So I'm not sure, really early 90s, I was seeing this. It's an initiative which is called All Different, All Equal. And initially, this was built for situations of racism, okay? But over the years, although informally, over the years, this has been generically extended to make sure that everyone has equality of treatment in terms of accessibility, etc. This has been included for all of those things as well, okay? Informally, as I mentioned. Okay? But the idea is the same. So if someone comes here in a wheelchair, they need to be treated equally. If someone cannot see, they still need to be attending the session, and I'm probably going to do a voice. And let's say one of you cannot see. This is perfectly okay. This happens. What do? Well, the first thing that I can do is I want to make sure that if I see that person, I will guarantee that whenever I have a slide, I will describe the slides, okay? So let's say I have a diagram, I'll actually explain. Okay, so on the left we have this. Instead of just pointing to the thing, I will actually say on the left we have this. This thing connects to that thing. This thing connects to that thing, okay? So while, yes, it will be a bit slower, and other people in the audience might be a bit upset that I'm detailing things a lot, but I will probably focus on that person or those people, if it's more than one, I will focus on them and guarantee, and in most cases, they will volunteer a yes or a no, or please continue, or a face like I'm not understanding. In that case, I'll explain a bit better. But in that situation, I will focus on those people because those are the ones that I need to detail on. Okay, this is always very important. If the situation is, instead of not being able to see, which again is not a limitation, if the problem is not being able to hear, this is one of the best options. Okay, so I cannot be in the front of this like I've been doing occasionally today, right? So I need to make sure that I never reach the front of this. I can point to things here, but this needs to be clear. Okay, always. Okay, very important. Okay, but anyway, let's come back to this. So European Union, Treaty of Lisbon, 2007. So we have things about non-discrimination, tolerance, solidarity, but equality and human rights, and especially the most important one, human dignity, is one of them. If you treat someone who has any kind of disability in a different way, you are not treating the person with dignity. Okay, so this is something we need to consider. Are there ways we can improve? This require a bit of extra work. In some cases in the beginning, yes. In most cases, for instance, if you do a website with accessibility rules, WCAG accessibility rules, you're probably, in the beginning, you're probably thinking, oh, I have to add all of this stuff. It's a lot. It's a long list. Over time, you'll figure out that that list is actually very easy to implement if you memorize it. So you will end up creating websites automatically, and you already add the tags like the alt tags, which are probably the most important ones. Every time you add an image, you add an alt tag. That's the most important one. Access keys. So if you need to access keys for links so that you can click on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and jump directly into those places, you can do it. Add on top a hidden menu that actually doesn't have visibility for a normal person, but for a person who's blind, because it's at the very beginning, you have a list of links. Jump here to go to this section, jump there to go to that section, but you don't color code it. You just have a very simple list of links. People will jump directly to the internal anchors, they will jump directly into there, and they will be able to continue to read things. That's the general idea, okay? So is it visible for us? No. If this is a website where you already have, like, let's say Wikipedia, you already have a list of links in the middle of the page, right? You divide the page into multiple sections. They can have that there, and it's typically almost at the very beginning, so it's not really a problem in that case. But if this was a lot of trash before that part, let's say the stuff on the left, for instance, the menus that you have on the left on Wikipedia, that's a lot, especially because all of these are links and very boring. You duplicate that menu without any colors, without any text. You duplicate it at the very beginning with a CSS that would say it's hidden, visibility hidden, something, display none or something like that, right? You would hide it, okay? But it's not visible for you, okay? So anyway, let me just mention that I did the session for a bit more, slightly different countries. Here you have the same thing, but here for the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the actual word disability exists, so it's important. Old age is also a problem. I'm talking about disabilities, but anyone who's a bit older uses glasses, okay? Fortunately I don't, but people who use glasses, sometimes from a very early age, that is actually a form of disability. Is this considered a disability for most people? No, yeah, just use your glasses. Oh, I forgot my glasses. Suddenly you cannot see things. Well, it's your fault you didn't bring the glasses, but it's still a disability, okay? That one has an easy individual personal fix, okay? Others require a bit more help from everyone else, okay? So anyway, you also have things like, in Portugal, we also have social dignity, equality, social circumstances, etc. But for instance, in the Swiss Federation, you actually have disabilities, physical, mental, or psychological disabilities. This is actually in their constitution, okay, which is actually very good. Okay, oh, and that one, inequality, elimination of inequalities that affect people with disabilities. This is actually very nice. So you might expect that one that doesn't have that much would be the Constitution of Mexico, which is very big, I read the whole thing. It's very big, okay? And I actually find a lot more than I would expect. I saw a lot that wasn't very good in terms of protecting like other types of rights, but for this, it's actually very good, okay? Here in Bulgaria, a bit less things, so not that bad like some constitutions that I've read, but equal in dignity, equal in rights, inhuman, degrading treatment. So although this part might be considered like for torture and things like that, if you treat the person in a wheelchair, that's still torture for them. Okay, so it's still considered like this. Okay, having said this, let's talk about interesting things. Just to mention that I saw this call for speakers for a different user group or something in the United States. I'm not going to mention what it is. It's not Microsoft related, let me just say. Okay, but they had a question is, how do you identify yourself? And then they had all this, male, female, non-binary, LGBT. Is that an identification? No, they're mixing, gender identity with sexual orientation. And then Black African, that's race, okay? And then Hispanic Latino. Well, that could be a location or ethnicity or a race. That's weird. Asian, Caucasian, Pacific Islander, because they have people in Hawaii, right? Native American, other. So I look at that, and for all of the things I see there, the only one I can use is other. Okay, but that pretty much applies to extraterrestrials that come here, but pretty much half the world they forgot. So if you have these kind of things, also don't discriminate on this kind of things. This is an extra that I want to show you because I was so frustrated that this is so absurd because you can always choose one. That's even worse part. Okay, this is not diversity. This is not diversity. This is not inclusion. This is just an absurd list that seems to be politically correct, but it's actually insulting everyone. Okay,
yeah, and also it is because you and I, well, if you don't get male female thing, that we're Caucasian. Yeah, I don't come from Caucasus, so of course I'm not Caucasian.
Exactly.
But it happens to mean that over there, that, yeah, that means, well, yeah, people in this room. But
yeah,
no,
exactly.
I'm not Caucasian. I mean, try to tell that from someone who's from Moscow. You're Caucasian because in Moscow, around Russia, it's Caucasian people. Yeah, exactly.
By definition.
Yes.
That's their
No, this makes no sense.
Yes, absolutely.
To tell somebody they're Caucasian.
No, this is clearly from someone who's American. By the way, this is somewhere from California, and they have a completely different vision of the world. Here in Europe, we have a more, equalitarian vision of the world. Everyone should be equal. There are some discrimination, but in most cases, people are treated equally despite any of these situations. But they feel like the way that they can achieve diversity is to even discriminate more. Okay, let me just mention one thing. This is not a disability, but since we are on the topic, one of the things that you have is the pronouns. Okay, so people use pronouns like he and she and those they, etc. This is actually completely wrong. Think about this. And I know so many people that tell me that this is wrong. And this is why I never use them as well for the exact same reason. If you put those pronouns there, you're kind of insisting. And I've seen people say that if you don't put the pronouns there, you're discriminating people. It's the other way around. If someone is transgender, but they don't want to come out as transgender, they are not ashamed, but they just don't want to be public about this. This is a right everyone has to actually force that person to put the pronouns there. Either they put the wrong pronouns because they will be very scared to come out as what they feel is their own gender identity, or the other way around, they will put the other pronouns and actually get discriminated. Okay, so in that sense, it's actually this kind of thing to actually force someone to use those kind of pronouns is wrong at all levels. Okay, if you want to volunteer them, that's fine. If you want to force people to actually tell what it is, don't. Okay, for instance, in my case, every time I see a thing that says male, female, or non-binary, I always expect something like other or irrelevant, if possible. Okay, but in male, female, and non-binary, I always write non-binary because, in my opinion, it is irrelevant what the gender that I am. Okay, it's just irrelevant. Okay, and I've had discussions with organizers about this, and they say, "Oh, it's only for statistics." Well, why do we need that statistic even? Okay, it's just wrong. Because if you force the discrimination, especially in Europe where things are more equalitarian, so in Portugal we have 49 or 51% men or women, I'm not sure which one is which, in IT, for instance. I'm not sure which one, doesn't really matter. Statistically, it's the same, right? And if we just start to say how many men, how many women, suddenly we are looking for those numbers in a world where things are already equal. It's just wrong, okay? It makes no sense. You are artificially trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist, okay? But there are other countries, especially like the United States, where this is indeed a problem, okay? So, you know.
I disagree a little bit on it, but it's okay.
But this is...
in regards to inclusion, okay? I agree with you that if you create it in a mandatory way, it's always wrong, okay? Yeah, but I have access to a lot of inclusion sessions, and you know that our company is one of the, let's say, one of the that are more pushing, at least in Europe, for that, okay? And I can talk to you a lot about it.
We know.
Because I belong to several teams inside Microsoft, okay? And the problem here is that the pronouns not only are to create inclusive, okay? They are only to allow the people that want to be recognized to be called how they want to be called.
But this is okay. But the thing is that this is what's the main objective is this to help someone who, for instance, is transgender or any other form of non-binary. Okay, that's okay. What I just answered was that I asked directly to someone who's transgender, someone who's non-binary, and this is the answer that they gave me. So considering that I could be considered male or female or something else, I might have an opinion. These kinds of things, when they are thought of, these are thought of by people who are not experiencing the problem itself. And by the way, I'm okay with talking about this in this session, although it's focused on disability, because it is exactly the same problem when we have with disabilities. So let me just transition to that in parallel to the disabilities part and actually say the same thing. When you have an architect actually doing a building and designing staircases, they're like vertical, 45 degrees. Oh, yeah, there's a staircase. We solved the problem. Checkbox. Yeah, did you ever try it? Okay? If you are the architect, it is your obligation to sit yourself in a wheelchair, strap yourself with the legs in some way that you can actually not move them, to make it actually uncomfortable for you, and then try all of the paths in your own building so that you walk in the other person's shoes. That is the requirement. Coming back to the websites, I can give you another example. So I have a very good friend for the last 20-something years. I cannot remember the exact date, but at least 20 years. He works in IT, but he is blind, okay? And he works mostly console stuff, mostly command line stuff, which is perfectly okay. There's a screen reader. You can use the screen reader to actually read things or read it out loud, depends on the case. When he has to do something, he can use the keyboard perfectly normal because same as everyone here, you can memorize the keys in the keyboard. There's like the indentations on F and J that you instinctively know when you touch it. You don't know which key it is. I just have to look. But instinctively, when you touch it, your brain knows it's there, so you immediately go left or right and touch the right key. It's instinctive, okay? Someone who's blind is the exact same thing, okay? They can use the keyboard. They just need to get the information from either a screen reader or voice. Nothing wrong with that, okay? But here's the main issue. When there's a website and someone who's blind, and we started to talk about this, what they see is different. So if the best way, and this is my opinion on this, the best way for you to see a website like a blind person sees it is turn off the CSS, literally everything. Just see whatever the HTML comes out in there, kill the CSS, see the HTML, see everything becomes like a sequence. So it's not like graphically aligned or nice. Everything is vertical in a sequence. Then you can actually see what they see. You see that sequence of text, sequence of checkboxes and form fields and things like that. That's what you see. And that's why it's important. If you get rid of all of the CSS, suddenly you are seeing that stuff that's hidden, that like hidden menu for someone who's blind. Then you can see that menu and you will immediately start there and see, oh, I can touch this. Another option is you can actually use tools. There's a lot of different tools. So for screen readers, some of them actually come with Windows, but you can either read it from the Braille thing. I don't expect anyone to do this. I tried. It's extremely difficult. Okay, I don't have that kind of sensitivity. I would probably take a year or two to be able to do that, and I would have to probably be blind to have the motivation to actually do it. Because trust me, it's not easy. Okay, I tried it for like a whole day. I will try it. I memorized the actual dots and things for all of the letters. That was the easy part. Actually sensing them is something I cannot do. Okay, but in any case, the idea here is that you can actually look at the website like someone else looks, even visually, but you can understand how it looks like. Okay, and you can actually have it speak to you out loud and see what they are hearing or using the Braille reader manually. So either one, you can actually do it. But you are supposed to be in their shoes and do the exact same thing as they are doing. That's actually very important. Okay. For instance, an example is I can actually see the subtitles. No. Yeah, there's no subtitles, of course. But suddenly I'm silent, and everyone's like, "Oh, he's silent. What do I do?" And if you are watching a film, you probably go to the subtitles and continue to read from there, right? That's instinctive. At least for the people who in countries where subtitles are normal, like Portugal, for instance, you will immediately, oh, I didn't understand that word. I'll just go to the subtitles and read it. Even if it's English, I don't need subtitles, but I will go there because that's a help that I have. Okay. So in any case, there's a lot of ways to consider this. Let me just go back to this, and then I'll have a quick list. So this is the stuff that we talked about. We actually already talked about that one. This part here is bad. This one is scary, but this one is bad. This one is okay. That one's actually taken from a different, like 2 or 3 sessions ago. This one is extremely scary. What's wrong with this one besides the robot? Any ideas? No, a lot. There's a lot wrong with this. So just take your pick. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, text is difficult to read. Text, funny and colors.
So the yellow is actually okay compared to the black, but the actual font is bad. That's the first one. This one is terrible. The red is very difficult. This part here was the logo. I didn't change it, but in a full resolution, this looks a bit better. But the robot is okay. Some hidden stuff doesn't really matter. But this background thing is the same as the other background. It confuses people. Okay. So there are some neurological situations where people have that having a lot there actually confuses everyone. So this is bad. Okay. So this extra down here in the background is actually a bad thing. Okay, so the contrast is okay. So here you also see yellow. This is mostly okay because yellow is one of the colors that's recommended for this. White, I would say that either yellow or white, I would be okay with both. As I usually see subtitles, they're usually white, but if I see them as yellow, I don't have a problem with this. Okay, but someone who, if you go for Windows, for instance, I'm not going to do that now, but if you go for Windows, there are settings that you can actually generate subtitles automatically in Windows. At least Windows 11 has this. At least Windows 10, probably the latest updates probably has this. Okay? But Windows 11 guaranteed to have this kind of thing. And then you can configure the colors. You can put them on top, on the bottom. You can change things on the actual Windows. Okay, and you can actually have it show up. Like say, if you have a video, you can actually generate the subtitles for that video. Okay, so that's an extra that you can do that comes with the actual operating system. Now, last but not least, we talked about this in the beginning of the session. A lot of problems, too many colors, too much confusing, too wrong. And remember, I'm showing you the stuff that I made myself in my own sessions. Okay, so I'm telling that what I did was wrong from an accessibility point of view. Okay. Yes, it's a nice branding. It's like when you start, I'm not sure when you see the latest films like Star Wars and everything, it's not like the old ones that were nice, like the James Bond films initially that were nice. The current ones, it's all movement. Everything moves. And I'm like, oh, I have a headache because of all of the movements, okay? So they think that more movement is good because there's more action and everything. That just kills everyone's heads, okay? It's just wrong. Especially if you see films in 3D. I saw one of the Star Wars ones, the recent ones, in 3D, and I'm like, I was so confused. I had to close my eyes because I felt nauseous about it. It's just wrong, okay? So if that was extreme for someone like me who has a very good vision, okay, it's wrong. By the way, let me just tell you a story about good vision, and we need to probably wrap this up. Please let me know if on the other side people wrap this up, and then we'll close. we have some prizes apparently and stuff like that. So we need to go to the other side. But I'll promise to wrap these up guaranteed in time for the prizes. Now, let me just mention this, and this is something that happened to me already in the pandemic, okay? In the first summer of the pandemic, I actually had a problem with my eyes. They all turned reds, and suddenly I could not see anything. It was all blurred, okay? I could still see things, I can still, even drive. I was a danger driving, but I could still drive a bit. I literally went to the hospital, to the emergency room for my eyes. But the problem is, for 2 weeks during the summer, with the extreme heat that we have in Portugal, etc., I could not see decent things. I could work with the computer, but I would have to be, what's that? Cell phone was even worse because I have a very high resolution on my cell phone. Everything is very small. This is full HD on my computer. I like small things. I've always used small things. Suddenly, I have to resize the screen to big letters because I'm seeing blurry, so I have to see things. So this happened to me in that summer, and then it got better. I had some problems 6 months later again, but not as bad. So I had some vision problems. But, if someone has this, and fortunately this was not permanent, let me just say this. So I'm 90% at this moment, okay? But consider this. At that time, I was very scary. I work in IT. I need eyes. This is a problem, right? But consider this situation. I knew that there are cognitive services. There are all of these things. If I lose my vision, which is terrible, of course, for all of the reasons that I can, but I was extremely calm because I knew the technology, okay? I knew that people who are blind, there are ways to get around this problem. I would not expect to suddenly be blind completely, so I saw blurs and things, so I would be expecting to, worst case in that kind of scenario, not really lose blindness altogether, which there are different levels, right? Sometimes you see black and white, sometimes you see blurry, sometimes you just don't see anything. There are different levels, okay? So I thought, okay, even if I'm not able to see things, I can still learn to read a Braille reader or something. Not very easy, but I can have technology to read it out loud. I can have different kinds of technology. So although I was scared like anyone from the possibility of losing my vision, I was actually not that worried because I knew all of the technology. Plus I knew people, amazing people that do amazing work, that work in IT who are 100% blind. Okay, so I thought, if they can do it, I should be able to do it as well, okay? Will I need to adapt? Yeah, probably for a year or two I'll need to adapt, but there's hope, okay? And, nowadays, a lot of people who are blind, there are operations where, in some cases, you are able to restore some level of vision, okay? So, it's not that bad. You might consider the exact same thing for a situation where you have a problem with the hands. There's prosthetic hands now. There's a lot of different scenarios that you can do. There's neural, I'm not going to say implants, that seems very scary, but there's neural receivers, let's call it like that can actually help you detect if your hand is not working. They can actually help you manipulate the hands. So there are technology to solve these problems, okay? Is it cheap? No. Is it possible? Yes, that's the important part. Okay, let's have a quick look at and actually review some of the things. So this thing, good or bad, this thing. Okay, so let me see if I can put the sound on this. I cannot.
I'm Sakib Sheikh.
No, that's okay, that's okay. There's no sound, guys. Read the subtitles,
And
there's no sound.
shortly after that, I went to a school for the blind.
Okay, but please don't worry,
And
please
that's
don't worry.
where I
Apparently the
was
sound is not
introduced to
working
talking
because it's
computers, and that really opened up a whole new world of opportunities. I joined Microsoft 10 years ago as a software engineer. I love making things which improve people's lives. And one of the things I've always dreamt of since I was at university was this idea of something that could tell you at any moment what's going on around you.
I think it's a man jumping in the air doing a trick on a skateboard.
I teamed up with like-minded engineers to make an app which lets you know who and what is around you. It's based on top of the Microsoft Intelligence APIs, which makes it so much easier to make this kind of thing. The app runs on smartphones, but also on the Pivot Head smart glasses. When you're talking to a bigger group, sometimes you can talk and there's no response, and you think, is everyone listening really well, or are they half asleep? And you never know.
I see two faces. 40-year-old man with a beard looking surprised. 20-year-old woman looking happy.
The app can describe the general age and gender of the people around me and what their emotions are, which is incredible. One of the things that's most useful about the app is the ability to read out text.
Hello, good afternoon. Here's your menu.
Great, thank you. I can use the app on my phone to take a picture of the menu, and it's going to guide me on how to take that correct photo.
Move camera to the bottom right and away from the document.
And then it'll recognize the text. Read me the headings.
I see appetizers, salads, paninis, pizzas, pastas.
Years ago, this was science fiction. I never thought it would be something that you could actually do. But artificial intelligence is improving at an ever faster rate. And I'm really excited to see where we can take this. As engineers, we're always standing on the shoulders of giants, building on top of what went before. And in this case, we've taken years of research from Microsoft Research to pull this off.
I think it's a young girl throwing an orange frisbee in the park.
For me, it's about taking that far-off dream and building it one step at a time. I think this is just the beginning.
I'll leave this just for a minute or two, just the links. There's the streaming thing, so if you want to get the links. But this is online, so if you go to microsoft.com/seeingAI or something similar, okay, you'll actually have the video, you'll have other things. How old do you think this video is?
If I could suggest, if you go on GitHub and look for C for me.
SEE
for number me.
Oh, that's really
There's
good.
a project I built with other guys that do exactly these things, and is open source. You can get it and do whatever you want. So after our project, Microsoft created CAI. What Andre is actually saying that is a common.
C for me.
C for me, yes.
So probably inside something, right?
Inside .NET is but look at the as a project, you find that.
C for me. Okay. Oh, here we are. .NET Toscana, C for me. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. So this is really good. I did not know about this. I knew the seeing AI. So the seeing AI I knew. By the way, the seeing AI is Microsoft.com. Probably seeing.
We started from the same idea because we started that project exactly the day that this video was hired at the build.
So just to answer my own question, this was at least 5 years ago. I'm not sure the exact time. But
build 2016.
So even worse, 6 years. So this is not a young video, but in any case, the technology used here is available for everyone. So the things like taking a photo of the menu and getting this, the previous session we had here was Forms Recognizer. You can also do this with computer vision, but Forms Recognizer will detect invoices like receipts and things. This is even automatic, but it can be very specific, so it can actually detect those things. You can also have the usual things, so like speech, talking, so seeing things, describing something. I'll actually show you here. So if you go here for user portal, you can actually search for cognitive.
And now we are talking about things that are difficult to see.
Okay, and that is good that you tell me. Okay, so no worries. I've actually lowered the resolution of this one. This is not full HD.
Mainly I might be talking about the contrast. Yeah, I know that some people are crazy about dark mode.
That is okay. No, but this is good. You know, 50% of the rooms require one, other 50% require the other. So I will actually change it, of course, because whatever is more convenient, I will guarantee to change. No worries. But anyway, cognitive. Oh, it was actually here already. So yeah, let's go to this one. So in cognitive services, you have a lot of things like speech, languages to process what we say. So if we say something like Cortana, turn on the lights or something, we can do that. We can help people turn on the food stuff to actually cook whatever, right? So you can do this verbally. So speech, text to speech, all of this is perfectly viable. But then once you convert the speech to actual texts, you need to process the text. So language services handle this. Translator, we talked about this a bit. Language understanding is the one that I mentioned for you, although currently it's part of the language service. Vision, computer vision. So they will describe this. What you saw in the video, like describe the photo. Okay. I will actually have a photo here to show you this. So all we have to do is to create a computer vision. One, get the key. I'm going to copy paste the key here. Okay. And then I'm going to go to this computer visions API, describe images, this one. Okay. By the way, this link, you go from the portal, you click on something in the getting started, you end up here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this, it's already in West Europe. All of the things are okay, but I'll actually use an image. Oh, this is okay. So the image is wrong, but I need to copy the image from here. So give me just a second. I have some cheat sheets here to copy the image from. Okay, so I'll use this image. It is from Facebook, let me just mention. Okay, and so that's why the address is very big. So this is Katalin with food. This was in Katalin's session during lunch. Okay, so you know, I had to do an example, so this is an example like any other. Okay, so by the way, what I'm showing you here with the images, you can do this with audio, you can do this with all of the other cognitive services, like submit the phrase, and they will break down the phrase into multiple things and things like that. Okay, so let's put that address in and then click on send. The send will literally give you what the video told you. So it will have a description. A person standing in front of a table with a pizza on it. That's literally what happens, right? There's extras around it, of course, but those extras are text table, indoor, person. Okay. Oh, Katalin is a person. We need to tell him this. You might not know. So anyway, there is more. So this is just the basic things, but there are many other options for these computer visions. One of them is OCR to detect text, etc. But there is more, like detecting. For instance, you can do face recognition, detect the people and identify the people, etc. There is a lot more. You can even process video if you want to. Okay, so all of this is actually done. Because we have very, very little time, let me just go here to azure.com. Okay, and then if you go here for, sorry about the cookies. I do apologize for the cookies. I like cookies, but I like to eat them, not actually have them in my computer. Cognitive services. And if you go here for cognitive services, you have a lot. So you have things like language, some of the ones I mentioned. Vision are the ones I mentioned. So Mark was actually showing you a few things. Katalin was showing you a few others. Katerina, just in the session before this one, a few different ones. Custom vision, for instance, we saw a lot of custom vision, which is very interesting, but there was more. Now, the interesting one here is speech. We were talking about the text there. So things like speech translation. You have speech to text, text to speech, that's normal. I'll just show you the translation, which goes a bit further, okay? So which language would you like to start? Maybe you'll have a Spanish guy talk. Spanish, Argentina or Spain? You might have to come closer to from Spain. Okay, and we'll translate to Bulgarian. Okay, so Bulgarian. So whatever he's going to say might not be correct. So.
Hola, asistentes.
What did he say? Hello, people who are here. Something like that. Hi. Welcome.
Hello, attendants, basically.
Okay, yeah, perfect. That's literally what it says. Okay. So you can actually do that. You can upload files. This is literally available in the Azure website. So you can do it for free. By the way, if you go to azure.com/free, you can start for free with all of this. And most of these cognitive services, to a limit per month, you can actually get all of this for free. Okay, there is a free tier. I literally have a free tier for all of my cognitive services. So I have, you know, face recognition, text analytics, computer vision, speech services. All of these are F0, so that means free. Okay, so you can get this for free. Okay, and I don't want to make this a Microsoft session, so I can tell you that other clouds have similar logic, probably not the same names, but they have similar logic, so you can actually use this in different clouds. Okay. Now, getting back to here, just to sum up everything that we need about this. So when you have someone with a disability, typically you have, sometimes you have a technological solution, okay? So we have cognitive services, we have subtitles, we have all of this. All of this works, okay? You are in a wheelchair, so it's a mechanical solution. You have a problem with the arm, it's a mechanical solution, okay? So some of these are okay, others, like visual, hearing aids, etc. Glasses is the most common example for most people. Okay, others just need a human solution. So if you see someone just crossing the road, like let's say an old lady, to be the classic example, you'll probably help her cross the road. This is normal. If you see other situations, you'll try to be human and help out. Okay, it's perfectly normal. Sometimes you see an old person and you help them with the groceries because that's the right thing to do. We try. Okay, so there are also human solutions for this. Okay, and some of these they actually require just patience. Okay, because someone who has any kind of disability, old age is by definition disability. Okay, it's a reduction in the possibilities of the things that we can do in percentage terms, if you want to. So all of that requires you to have a bit of extra patience, but this works. Okay, and some situations of these are permanent. Okay, I mentioned that I was not able to see. Fortunately, this was not permanent. Okay, I still have some scenarios. Occasionally, I have some issues, but it's very temporary, and what's affecting me is very low. So I'm okay with living like that. If that's just my problem, I will live with that. If it's a permanent situation that becomes worse, that could be a much bigger issue. Okay. So anyway, a few of the examples that we talked about. If you are blind or partially blind, so it might be just part of the vision who are blind, different colors that you can see, different scenarios. Oh yes, please. We need lights. Perfect. So all of this might be slightly different. Okay. So for instance, there are people who you just turn on the light. There are people who having too much light is bad for certain people. Okay. For instance, these lights blink. Epilepsy is one of the examples where blinking things. If you go to a website, sometimes they have those blinking things to get your attention. Facebook does not allow you to have blinking things. Nowadays you have GIFs, but apart from that, for a long time, nothing was allowed that would actually flash things because it's considered really bad for everyone who has epilepsy. I don't, and even that confuses me in terms of my brain. Okay, so it's bad. Okay, so colorblind, visually impaired, so anything related to visuals, although epilepsy is much more than just the vision problem. Okay, so let's not go there. But for instance, hearing, you cannot hear, subtitles help. Okay, you can have a cell phone and work out. For instance, and this is a scenario that's not very typical. We have a lot of people from Ukraine and Portugal, and there's a very small kid that was very nice, and we wanted to talk to him. So my niece was also small, wanted to talk to him. So kids have their own internal language, so they don't need translation. But there were words like the kid was trying to express something, or she was, I don't know. So I tried, let's use one of the translator apps with audio. Okay, so that helps. Someone was speaking on one side, the other person was speaking on the other, and this duplicates the thing so people can understand. They literally put the phone in front of each other. This shows that way, this shows this way, and it helps. This is a technological solution for a problem which in reality is not that difficult. Okay, so you don't have a voice. An example of this is Stephen Hawking. We know the famous voice of Stephen Hawking. Okay, and the guy actually said, new technology can give me a new voice, but the guy literally said that I like this voice because everyone recognizes me with that voice, so let's keep that robot voice. And this is literally what the guy says. Okay, so not having a voice is not a problem since the 80s. Okay, you have speech synthesis. Okay, so you can actually in the same page that we saw that one, you can actually go to the other one, which is text to speech, and you can actually make the page speak. Okay, for instance, if you go to my LinkedIn page, it actually has a button that says speak your name. Okay, speak your name. And how did I get that? I got a voice of someone who's not me to actually speak my name. Okay, so I literally used cognitive services. I had someone speak my name in a Portuguese voice, and that's the one that's there. The quality is terrible because it was forcing me to do it via the mobile phone, not via an actual PC. That was my issue. But the actual quality of the voice is good except for the transfer. Anyway, mobility challenges. So if you have issues with your hands, I've actually had people in this session specifically where they had issues with their hands, that they cannot use their hands normally, so they had bigger keyboards, or there might be other solutions for this problem. Okay, for instance, in the case of Stephen Hawking, he could not use his hands, so he used his eyes to actually tick 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 in some virtual screen, and then I don't know, there's I'm not sure how he did things with his eyes, but he was able to write things, okay? Is it slow? Well, for you and me, yes. For him that spent all his life doing it like that, probably much faster, okay? Like you type very quickly, but when you start, you type very slow, okay? Neurodiversity challenges, and that includes epilepsy in some way, but that also includes other things. Like, for instance, there are people who, if they see a square, they don't show it as a square, proportions are different formats, etc. There's a lot of scenarios like this, okay? So, it's impossible to get a full list, okay? And in most cases, being blind or having a problem with hearing or not being able to speak is the most common one. So if you focus on that one, you will solve 95% of the problems, but there's always a possibility that someone has any of the other problems as well. If that's the case, be inclusive. So ask that person, what can we do to improve this? Don't just come up with an answer, okay? That's not you. If you try to do it, you'll do it wrong. You'll spend time, you'll waste money doing something that's not what you want, okay? Let me just mention, it's still about the blindness, but applies to this one. My blind friends, usually when I created websites, I would actually give the website to him. Once it's mostly done, or at least once the scaffolding of the website was done with a few pages, etc., I would give that to him and say, please look at my website, okay? And he would say, okay, the alt text that you do is good, it's bad, etc., okay? So, some of the things were better, some of the things were worse, but they were solved in some ways, okay? Let me just show you one last thing, which is something that you should take out of this session, okay? So here we have Twitter. It could be Facebook or anything like that, although this one is actually forcing you to do things. So if you go here, and I'm literally going to do this, okay? I'm going to go and say ready to, wait a minute, Control A, and okay, this is strange. Ready to end the accessibility session, etc. I'm just going to put up an image, okay? And that image is complicated because suddenly I have an image which was the first image that I've shown, okay? So one of the things that you have, and they will complain about this, if you try to write this, they will say, oh, you did not include an alt text. So if I say tweets, it will probably pop up a message saying, please have a description. And the description is here, so I have this already. The description is this one, okay? So I'll put the description. When you describe the image, don't just say the text that's there. Say, photo of some cartoons from Toy Story, whatever, saying, and then the actual text. Explain what the image is. You don't have to go to the details. There's a chair, there's a table, etc. Focus on the essentials, okay? You don't want to write a whole text describing the thing. Focus on the things that are important. The Toy Story animals were important. The text was important as well. So this is the stuff that you need to add. If you go to Facebook, by default, they don't allow you to select an alt text, but you can right-click somewhere, and then you can get the alt text. Always write the alt text. By the way, from the point of view of the algorithm of Facebook and Twitter, etc., having an alt text will give you a boost, okay? So even if you're not doing it just for accessibility, giving you a boost in the algorithm will give you an incentive to actually do it right, okay? So I've not always been putting alt text. I have to admit sometimes it's difficult. For instance, the photos that I'm doing along the way, sometimes it's difficult to do. But if I'm at home, I always try to do the alt text as much as possible. On Twitter, you have to submit the alt text and you cannot touch it again. But on Facebook, you can update it. And on LinkedIn, you can also do the alt text. I'm not sure if you can update it later. But in most of these, I always try to have alt texts. If I have enough time to actually write it, I will also have the alt text. On Facebook, if this is important, and if I want to be accessible for everyone, update the alt text as soon as you can, okay? So, having said this, this is probably one of the most important messages. Try this yourself, put a blindfold on, cover your ears, try a wheelchair if you are an architect, like we mentioned before. Put yourself in someone else's shoes, try to see how they behave, okay? Because it might be something that will help you understand why they are like this. And especially ask them why, okay? That friend of mine that looked at the websites, I told him, oh, WCAG 1, and then it was WCAG 2, which was different. Some of the things got dropped from 1 to 2. And these were literally the things that the guy told me that this makes no sense. I don't care about this. It just makes it worse. So let's ignore that. I just focus on the things that were really important because he told me that those were important. I focus on this. I focus on this. I don't care about this. So I don't have to implement the whole thing. I have to implement the things that the people that actually use them tell me to implement, okay? WCAG 2 is the next version, so let me just go to the bureaucracy slide again. So this, by the way, this is a screen reader for someone who does this normal keyboard screen reader in the bottom, okay, with Braille texts, okay? But in any case, before the questions, I have some links, okay? And these links for WCAG 2.1, etc. Version 1 was terrible, version 2 is great, okay? Well, it is a bit better. You don't have to implement the whole thing. If you just implement alt texts, access keys, and a few others, and especially one which is some people use tables to define the layout of things, never use tables, you use divs, okay? Because divs can roll down, okay? If you are implementing a real table, put an actual table with table format. Don't use divs. So either one way or the other. If you're just doing layouts to make them look good, use divs. And always look at that layout from the point of view of losing the CSS and see if that still makes sense, okay? From the point of view of having an actual table with data, so rows and columns, don't use divs because it looks better or you can format it better. Use actual table tags, okay? Because the table tags are read by column or by row depending on what you ask the screen reader, okay? So if you have a header horizontally and one vertically for each column, they will say, column this, line that, and they will read it so that you know exactly where you are, okay? So that will help a lot, okay? But don't use it for formatting because that looks bad, okay? So for someone who's blind, focus on the things. If you show tabular content, put a table. If you show layout that looks good, don't show a table. Okay, that's always the logic. Okay. Anyway, we're at the end. But in any case, I have time for questions when we go on the way to the next place. Okay. So to everyone, thank you very much. This actually took a bit longer, but this was a very good discussion. Okay. So let me just go into the last session, and the thank you is thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. So everyone, let's go to the prizes thing on that site, okay? And again, thank you for being here. And yeah, let's go.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa. Excellent!
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ethics Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.